Yes. So this I don't even understand it. What is that? You're supposed to like show law enforcement like a red card. It's called the casualty card. Yeah. And you fill it out. Have one. You fill out a casualty about who made it, and just put it outside the door. What's the problem? What's the problem? All right. Well, folks, that's the episode for this week. A lot going on. Stay safe out there. Try to keep yourself healthy and wealthy. It's difficult. Try to keep yourself from getting shot. You know, I don't know what it's been. It's been kind of violent out there. The summer I don't think has been that bad with crime. I think it's been. I haven't heard anything. So, you know, just try to. And you know, if you go down there to Mexico, leave them alone. Stop setting up. Don't go down there and set up life coaching businesses. Go and have some tequila and get out of there. What are you doing? TimDillonComedy.com for tickets to the shows that we have. We'll see everybody on Patreon and next week. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We are in what they call a recession, or there's some debate about that because a technical recession is 2 quarters of negative growth, which we have not had. But, you know, the prices of things now, the gas, what do they call it? The pain at the pump.
Pain at the pump.
Pain at the pump.
I like this section. You might like this too. Check them out.
Everything's going up. Everything's going up. Food. I mean, what does it cost to feed a fat American family now? Like $3,000 a week, right? I mean, it's you just gotta leave with like buckets of chocolate sauce for the kids. It's so much fucking money. You can't get ahead. And Biden, our president, who's with us this week, he's back. He said Biden says the U.S. is not in a recession despite 2 consecutive quarters of a shrinking economy. But maybe there's some debate about whether it's not negative growth or listen. It's hurting out there. People are hurting out there, but the job numbers are good. People are employed. People are scooping Italian ice. People are out there working. So that in and of itself is a positive. It's a positive thing. These are positives, right? There are negatives. The gas being very high, the food, the cost of flying. If you can even fly, they just cancel everything now. They just cancel the flights. But certain companies are being creative with this, and this is what I want to tell you. You have to be creative to survive. You're not going to be able to get through this time unless you survive. Airbnb has decided to start trafficking women, and this is creative and it's a good business. It's controversial for sure, but Airbnb, it's a company that I love and respect. Great company. They are now moving on from just simply a hotel service to a trafficking the women that stay in the hotels to stay in the homes. Now, Airbnb is saying, let's traffic those women to local traffickers, and that will make us a little bit on the top. They want a little extra on the top. So this is an article here. Florida woman alleges Airbnb host in Tulum attempted to sex traffic her and friends. I gotta say, smart, right? It's just smart. So you have the Florida woman claims Airbnb host. So St. Petersburg woman, Amber Jackson, had the scare of her life while checking into an Airbnb in Tulum. Upon checking into the vacation home, Jackson and her friends noticed that there appeared to be blood on the gate. The concierge team assured her that it was just paint. So the Airbnb concierge team, I don't know if you know this now, they will assure you that the body in the house is a joke. Like the Airbnb concierge team, their job is to just let you know that whatever you find on your rental property is supposed to be there. That's part of the experience. Don't worry about it. And they said it's just paint. And Jackson didn't believe them. Amber Jackson said, I don't believe you. Once inside, Jackson noticed that the keypads were not set for the rooms. This would allow anyone to walk into the home and have access to the belongings or the women themselves. After configuring the keypad herself, Jackson was ready to head out and have fun with her friends. Okay? However, when they returned, they found a strange man standing outside the home claiming to be security. It's important to note that by this time they had been there for a few days and never saw security any other nights. Jackson immediately contacted the homeowner and concierge team to verify the man's claims, but nobody answered for the entire night. The women guarded themselves with knives as they slept and checked out early the next morning. So this is now what Airbnb is doing. Airbnb has decided that they need to start earning more money. How can you earn more money? Right now, trafficking your guests. This is the best way to do it. I mean, it's great. And they gave her a refund of $67. And they didn't traffic her, which may say something about the way she looked and the way her friends looked. They might not have been trafficable. But you have to be vigilant, and you have to be creative in this economy if you're going to stay alive. So I applaud Airbnb from like expanding their business model from the general staying in people's dilapidated homes to actually trafficking vulnerable people who stay at their properties. So that is great. By the way, hats off to everyone at Airbnb for making this change in your business. Now, when you report earnings, I'm sure that people will respond positively to this. I think investors are going to like it. I think people are going to go, well, here's a company realizing they're on the way out, because they are on the way out. People think of it. Hotels are back, and we've made this point before. The mystique of the Airbnb, staying in someone else's house, vacationing in someone else's life, going, oh my God, do I want to live in Charleston? Let's see. This is all over now. The pandemic has ended. You're back to your horrible life. You've returned to your horrible life. You can no longer pretend to live in 90 other lives. Pandemic, everybody had this fantasy where they could go around the country living in people's lives. People putting cowboy hats on and line dancing. They had no idea who they were. And some of those people bought property, fucking idiot, doing that, okay? Some of those people had a pulled pork sandwich and went, yeah, I should have a mortgage with this. And that's why you saw how places like Austin and Nashville, these places that have just exploded. And if you're happy there, God bless you. And there's a ton of reasons to get out of New York and LA, but the reality is you have to choose a life now. The pandemic is over. You must actually choose a life. For many, many months there, you did not have to choose a life. You could literally week to week be a different person every single week. Am I the bread baking hoe? What am I? Am I a politically conscious hoe? Am I Nashville Boots Ho? Am I fucking Austin, Texas Taco Ho? You have to choose what type of hoe. I'm not gendering this, but you have to choose what type of hoe you're going to be now. You must choose a life. You had your chance, you had your time, and it was fun, and it was entertaining, and I hope everybody enjoyed it. And I hope to God you use those couple of years to really go out there and see what you like. And that's what Airbnb was for. It was for pretend. Oh, we can all pretend to live in each other's lives. I wonder what it feels like to be an artsy person in the West Village. And I wonder what it feels like to live in Montana and look at these mountains every day. And what does it feel like to be in Palm Springs? It's so hot and sexy. But you eventually have to choose a place. You know, you eventually have to choose a life to live. And that is why Airbnb, which is just an extension of people's madness, and of course, bachelorette parties and bachelor parties and things like that, which is, I guess, what Airbnb is. Because they tried to sway it from that. They tried to steer it away from the idea of, like, let's rent the house to have a big party. But that's really what it should be. You know, because during the pandemic, it became like, maybe I live in Maryland. But what it really is, you know what I mean? Like, I like crabs. But now what it really is going back to what it should be, where you just rent the house and you have a party, you trash it, and someone dies. That is what Airbnb always should have been. A party house. Like, you should have 3 insurance policies on your home, and you should just have, like, frat guys come in and fucking just pillage for 48 hours and hope to God that nobody gets alcohol poisoning and dies in the pool. And they all give you $1,300 for the privilege of partying in your dump of a house in Tucson, Arizona. That's what Airbnb should be. And that's what it'll be now that the pandemic's over. But now monkeypox is here, and people are getting monkeypox in orgies, and monkeypox is a disease that's affecting gay men. What a fun way to be. You know, you got to come out of the closet to just tell people you have monkeypox.
Right.
And you go, oh, but I'm not gay. I don't know how it happened. But this is what happens, right? People, monkey parks, a new Discoveryland community. You know, the Discoveryland people, now many of you don't know about the Discoveryland people because you're just out of it. But the Discoveryland people are the people that are behind the new development in La Quinta out in the desert of California called the Madison Club, where the Kardashians live. The Discoveryland properties, and they have one in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and they have a bunch of them. And what they are is an investment group that caters to high net worth individuals that want to have homes all over the country in different desirable locations, like the mountains, the beach. You know, some of them want to live in the woods, and they spend like 2 weeks, you know, a year in each home. And what they do is celebrities to buy these homes very early on, like Leo. They give a house to Leo DiCaprio, and then he goes to like the local general store, and then the photographers photograph him there, and then all of a sudden, all these billionaires start going, well, I want to live near Leo. I want to do that. So the Discoveryland people go, well, he's got a house in the development, act now. And all of these houses, like, you know, there's one house on sale in the Madison Club right now. It's $26 million. So it's very, very expensive. They are a interesting, you know, when I like to keep tabs on what the super rich are doing, what super wealthy people do interests me, especially as things unfold the way they are in our society, right? You go, where are the people, where are they going? And they love these Discoveryland. They are secure, they are gated, they are all around championship golf courses.
They are.
And this is where they want to live. This is where they don't want to live with you. Nobody's Airbnb-ing their homes out in these places. Let's play. Now, this is from 2016. It's an old video, but let's play this because I'm hoping that they give me one of these homes.
I can't do any of the music. It's copyrighted, but...
So here's the type of homes they have. Baker's Bay in the Bahamas. Yellowstone Club in Montana. Perhaps you'd like Gaza Ranch, Coeur d'Alene. How about Makina in Maui, Hawaii? Perhaps the Summit in Summerlin, Nevada would be more to your liking. How about about Silo Ridge? I love these names. These sound like white supremacist compounds. The Madison Club in La Quinta. Beautiful. El Dorado. They kind of stole that one, huh? So what they do is they just go around the world creating these little Narnias for people. Now, why haven't they done one in Austin, Texas? It seems like a no-brainer to me to have a Madison. I mean, what is wrong with them? Are they nuts? Are they stupid? Are these people daft? It seems to make so much sense to me to put one of these places in Austin, Texas, which is, let's get the weather up right now. What is the weather in Austin, Texas? This is when, folks, I got to be honest with you, California, you can hate it, and I'm not saying you shouldn't, but the climate, we really are winning climate right now. Austin, Texas, 100 degrees, humidity 41%. Yeah, and it's been that way for what? Like forever.
Yeah, and it'll go up to 103 by Wednesday.
Why doesn't the Madison, why doesn't the people behind the Discovery Land properties build a luxury, because what they should do is build a luxury compound in Austin, Texas, where every single house has its own podcast studio and comedy club. Every house. So every 15,000 square foot house has a comedy club in it where rich psychopaths can pretend to be comedians. And why not? And do podcast, it's a great idea. Because that's, part of the appeal of Austin at the moment, right? Is the idea that you've got something to say.
Good morning.
So why not?
You're going to hear this shit, man.
I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea. And
I first want to start out with, you told me there was a meteor shower the other night. We were on the phone. I walked outside and I told you I seen a shooting star. Good last night, so I was outside. It was really pretty, 2 o'clock in the morning. Sky was pretty clear. I was out there probably a total of 15 minutes. Couldn't see anything. Didn't see one shooting star outside of that one when you and I were on the phone. So I thought that was pretty cool. This is fucking crazy what he's talking about now. So Airbnb, I guess it's a corporation. Now they're bringing people in there, women's in there. That's it. And it was crystal clear last night. I seen the space station. I took Bud for a swim, and we seen the space station go by, heading northeast to southwest. The fucking lights, man. These people, man, I wish they'd move to the goddamn city. Move to Boston, move to Providence. You won't need that much light. Crazy shit. Anyway, this is crazy. This is absolutely nuts. And they're trading people. They're what do you call that? Just I've had a great visit. Good for you. What do you call that shit? Sex slave trading in the B&B. Now you go rent a B&B for $2,000 a night. You get ladies in there if you want them. Crazy, man. Tim's going off, man. He's going off. The first part of this was really funny. Yeah, like slaves. Yep. And I guess they're recruiting them out of a lot of the what do you call that? Camps. Anyways, you can watch it. I'll put the link in chat if you really want to see how fucked up our country really is getting. So, there you go. What else is going on? Got a lot done yesterday. Transplanted moringa. The hibiscus. I put the hibiscus in its own pot. I got it outside for a little bit. Let's see how it does. I have some real nice eggplant, healthy eggplant still on the porch. I planted them inside. We'll see how it goes. Oh, come on, man. Toast to give up for real? No, there it goes. Nice night. I couldn't believe there was no mosquitoes down there. Just listen to the first part of this. It's pretty. He's being snide. I like his style.
Growth, which we have not had, but the prices of things now, the gas, what do they call it, the pain at the pump. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We are in what they call a recession, or there's some debate about that. Technical recession is 2 quarters of negative growth, which we have not had. But, the prices of things now, the gas, what do they call it, the pain at the pump. God, I love that. Pain at the pump. The gas, the inflation.
Oh, yeah.
Everything's going up. Everything's going up. Food, I mean, what does it cost to feed a fat American family now? Like $3,000 a week, right?
Reset.
I mean, it's you just you leave with like buckets of chocolate sauce for the kids. It's so much fucking money. You can't get ahead. And Biden, our president, who's with us this week, he's back. He said Biden says the U.S. is not in a recession despite 2 consecutive quarters of a shrinking economy. But maybe there's some debate about whether it's not negative growth or listen. It's hurting out there. People are hurting out there, but the job numbers are good. People are employed.
Biden has CV
People are
again.
scooping Italian ice. People are out there.
Well, he was being
So
snide.
that
Biden's
in
back
itself
from his corona
is,
bonus. What are you saying? He's done it again?
It's a positive thing. These are positives, right? There are negatives. The gas being very high, the food.
I mean, today.
Cost of flying, if you can even fly. They just cancel everything now. They just cancel the flights. But certain companies are being creative with this, and this is what I want to tell you.
This is fucked up.
You have to be creative to survive. You're not going to be able to get through this time
for this
unless
shit.
you survive.
He's pretty good
Airbnb
cookie.
has decided to start trafficking women.
You know what Airbnb
and this
is?
Creative, and it's a good business. It's
he tested
controversial,
positive.
for
Yes,
sure.
good.
But Airbnb, it's a company that I love and respect. Great company.
He's going to explain it to you what's going on.
Simply a hotel service to a trafficking.
That's just like that Vivo, I think.
To stay in the homes. Now, Airbnb is saying, let's
where people open their homes up and rent them
to local traffickers, and that will make us a little bit on the top. They want a little extra on the top. So this is an article here. Florida woman alleges Airbnb host in Tulum attempted to sex traffic her and friends. I gotta say, smart, right? It's just smart. So you have the Florida woman claims Airbnb host. So St. Petersburg woman, Amber Jackson, had the scare of her life while checking into an Airbnb in Tulum. Upon checking into the vacation home, Jackson and her friends noticed that there appeared to be blood on the gate. The concierge team assured her that it was just paint. So the Airbnb concierge team, I don't know if you know this now, they will assure you that the body in the house is a joke. Like the Airbnb concierge team, their job is to just let you know that whatever bodily fluid that you find on your rental property is supposed to be there. That's part of the experience. Don't worry about it. And they said it's just paint. And Jackson didn't believe them. Amber Jackson said, I don't believe you. Once inside, Jackson noticed that the keypads were not set for the rooms. This would allow anyone to walk into the home and have access to the belongings or the women themselves. After configuring the keypad herself, Jackson was ready to head out and have fun with her friends. Okay? However, when they returned, they found a strange man standing outside the home claiming to be security. It's important to note that by this time they had been there for a few days and never saw security any other nights. Jackson immediately contacted the homeowner and concierge team to verify the names, but nobody answered for the entire night. The women guarded themselves with knives as they slept and checked out early the next morning. So this is now what Airbnb is doing. Airbnb has decided that they need to start earning more money. How can you earn more money? Right now, trafficking your guests. This is the best way to do it. I mean, it's great. And they gave her a refund of $67. And they didn't traffic her, which may say something about the way she looked and the way her friends looked.
I'm not going to bore you with it. I'll put the link in chat. I like Tim.
But you have to be vigilant, and you have to be creative in this
And
economy.
like I said, he's just being a comedian about
Airbnb
some really sick shit, man. We got over 100,000 views on this since yesterday, 10 hours ago. Good. Oh, I gotta find you. Crazy, man. Oh, yeah. We got out there yesterday and did what I could, fed all my plants. You want to watch a Moringa video? Yeah. What the hell's going on here? Hold on. That's really fucked up now. Things are getting really fucked up here. That's Tim Dillon. Hold on. "18 minutes. Come on. What are you doing?"
My name is Monica Gifford. I've been growing moringa for 20 years. And in that time, I have learned a lot. And I want to share those pieces and parts of my journey. And along the way, I always want to include how I connected to moringa in the first place. And while there's a lot of details with that, I just want to really preface and say, I work with Plant Intelligence, this plant and ally. It came in a really unusual way to me, but to grow where flower seed is, and inside that is a perfectly and beautifully designed seed. So it looks like that, the kernel, and it also has a pattern from that outer hull. I mean, it is a design of nature, which is beautiful. And so I have a series of these different, number of seeds. And when I am about to plant, I always look to see what the Farmer's Almanac is. It's a planting day. Today for above ground, for peas, beans, and any other above ground plants. I also plant moringa on a root day because the root is also usable. So there's, in that almanac, there are a lot of possibilities of planting days. So today is a planting day for moringa, And so what I do in the beginning is just a little blessing, as I know that this seed, when it's planted, and the end use of it will be to improve someone's health. And we don't always know what the journey of the seed will be. And so I always connect in and I perceive down into the future where the seed will end up in, that it will be beneficial for somebody's health. And so at that moment, I'm connecting into the whole journey of that seed. So when you're planting just one seed or maybe 10 seeds, it's easy to do another step, which I did at the beginning. On that, just because it's in its correct planting climate. So try to find these tall pots. I do carry some on my website, two sizes.
That's on bitch.
But contact me through my website for source of those tall pots. They're hard to find, but this is what you can readily find. This type of pot, it just won't last as long, but for home use, it's sufficient. So this is another part in our series that we discovered recently when I was moving my demonstration farm. I didn't know how I was going to move the actual trees. So we had planted them in avocado crates it's 1 cubic yard. And it's another one of those moments of asking to say, can we do this?
Which size of them?
Will the moringa survive it? And we were given permission, really, from this plant to know that this is possible. To my knowledge, it hadn't been done, and so it was an experiment for us, and there was a lot of moringa that was at stake in taking this on. So what this is, and I'm showing, is a root that we dug out. It was similar to the root at the end of the cutting, but more pronounced, much more growth. And you can see this is over winter, and this is the sprouting out of the leaf coming out of this root. So the whole root is under the soil, and it's starting to grow, so it's going to thrive. And I want to show an example right next to me of the same thing. This was multiple harvests. You can see all the different places where we cut that, and more branches came out. This is what the potential for moringa is, but that's also from
where she's from?
Root, just like this. So it's the evidence
I was thinking
that
maybe
Hawaii. Survive that and it will thrive. So in the harvest season,
Julie's telling me the Southwest.
More shoots will come out for more leaf potential. So I want to point out the resilience of moringa. While it's a tropical plant, it also grows in a lot of climates that are not tropical. And it's all dependent on when your area can grow tomatoes and cucumbers. That's the season for moringa. So your growing time for moringa is going to... This is what the potential for moringa is, but that's also from a transplanted root, just like this. So it's the evidence that it will survive that and it will thrive. So in the harvest season, we'll cut these also down, and more shoots will come out for more leaf potential. So I want to point out the resilience of moringa. While it's a tropical plant, it also grows in a lot of climates that are not tropical. And it's all dependent on when your area can grow tomatoes and cucumbers. That's the season for moringa. So your growing time for moringa is going to start when you can put out cucumbers and tomatoes. And it will end when your time for that is over.
Indoors in the winter.
Year-round, some climates. So always remember that moringa is very climate sensitive. So and it's resilient. So I wanted to point out that we moved these from a demonstration farm down in San Diego. They overwintered in Ojai, which is where I live now, and it's a colder winter. So we didn't know what to expect, if it would really come back. I just brought a few up as an experiment to see, is it going to come back after a couple of freezes that we had? And it did. So this is a cutting that was also resilient. It also maintained flower. So one of the things that a lot of people ask about is, will I be able to produce seed pod in my climate? Seed has to come from the flower. The flower has to set at the beginning of your season so that you have that long, hot summer for that seed pod to develop. Without that, if your flower sets in October, your plants are going to go dormant if you're not in the tropical zone, and that seed pod will not form. But this, I just wanted to point out, is already having flowers set in June, beginning of our growing season. So the seed pods that come have that long summer. On this plant also, you can see this is where the flower is coming out. So it's setting flower, which then will eventually become seed pod at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, but
so
how
I want
old
to
is
thank you
it?
for being a part of our journey with Moringa in this teaching series. And also to say that Moringa is a special plant, and some people are called to work with it, to grow it. It has its own journey itself, and it has a way that it will flourish. So
Wow.
in your area, wherever you are, just know that you do have a growing season. It could be that it's a short season, like in New York. It's going to be treated like a cut and come again. That means you're going to let your plant get to 1.5 or 2 feet tall. You're going to cut it all the way down to the soil. Have the courage to do that. Trust me, I've done it thousands of times. Cut it all the way to the soil, and it will send more shoots out. And that's the highest amount of leaf potential you're going to have in your growing area when you have a cold winter. Keep informed, and if you have questions that come up, I'm always available. You can contact me through my website, moringaforlife.com. And just keep that dedication, because Moringa needs many, many people to be growing this in all areas of the world. Stay committed.
Thank you.
So this is a cutting that we showed in a previous video, and I had pointed out the different nodes where the leaf would come, and this is about 2 months later. So you can see this is the growth that has come out. I just want to tilt this forward so you can see it's also coming out of the base. You can see that there's leaf coming also out of the base. So this is just in soil, and this leaf has come about just in this short period of time. So just so you see that Moringa grows by cuttings, it looks just like this. And when this gets to be about 2 feet, I would cut it off. And right here at the leaf node again, and it'll start to shoot out in other places.
Yeah, but what's the point of keep cutting the goddamn thing off? Don't you want seed?
So in a previous video, I showed you this root, the exact same root that we transplanted, and the Moringa grew from it. And this is about 2 months later. That video that had no leaf growing, we have all this leaf production now. So I just want so you can believe that the Moringa will grow from a transplanted root. And this is where I would harvest. So this is for leaf production. The more you cut it, the more it will produce. So you harvest that all the way down. It's about 2.5 feet of growth that you see here. So when I would come to harvest this, I would cut all of this down. And the more you cut this down, the more it's going to leaf out. Now these I'll leave because these are still shorter. And these will come to, good height again, and more shoots will come out after having harvested this much. More shoots will come out. It stimulates growth of the root, or of the leaf, sorry. And that's a really little bit of production, but that's your garden salad. Fresh Moringa.
I'm not looking for the leaves. I didn't say you can't eat them. I want the nuts. My thought process was I get enough nuts, I could, have them like peanuts. Remember, I only ate 1 or 2 of them seeds you sent me. go see. That's what happens when you jump the baboon fence. The poor baboon don't know what the fuck going on. I mean, that's a wild animal. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sweet. That's good, man. I'm telling you. No mosquitoes down the lake either. I mean, it was a little breeze, but we've seen more of them. But Bud did a good job. Big swimming dog. Yeah. All right. That's sad, you know, because that animal probably don't want to hurt the guy. He just wants some something other than being locked in a fucking cage. All right, Formula 3. All right, so they didn't run. Oh, here we go. Robbie Lawton going to talk about the cost. Never lose truth. More wildfires. Oh, Carol, I mean, it's that time of the year. We can watch Jimmy. Let's go see Jimmy. We'd show him how he shames us all trying to be a gardener.
Your house stinks.
Yeah, that's all.
But what have you been doing to cover since? Isn't working. There's a better way to fight household stink.
Look at this. New Jersey, man.
What's going on, growers? It's James Bishop Yeoman coming to you live from Jersey. It's July 30th today. The flowers are in full bloom and the tomatoes are ripe.
Look
so
at
today,
that.
Me and Tuck wants to take you along for a massive backyard garden harvest. Let's go!
Tuck
Before
time.
we get to harvesting, me and Tuck need to give you an overview of what the backyard looks like because the food forests are just loaded and in big
Look at
production.
that.
Look at some of the flowers back here. The beautiful raised beds. As you track along, the Honeycrisp apple is looking so nice. It's got a bunch of apples on it. Tomato Alley, absolutely loaded with tomatoes. This apple tree is just stacked with apples. I mean, look how many apples are on that thing. Track a little to the left.
My old backyard is all weed.
Tomatoes getting really tall
It's
over there.
just-
More tomatoes here.
I don't know if wood chips like that would solve my issue.
And then there's just so
But I
much
really
food.
like
Track
the
through
way
this
he
food
ain't got
forest.
like
It's just,
grass coming up.
absolutely loaded. We've even got some grapes that are starting to ripen. Just right
Out
below
of
here.
everything, that's a
And we're gonna
pretty
harvest some of
cool
those today.
deal.
But before I get to the grapes, let's start things off by
Look
grabbing
at
some
that.
massive tomatoes from Tomato Alley. Get you way over here. As we move into Tomato Alley, as you see, we're just got so many tomatoes. This is what we've been waiting all year for.
Wood
Tomatoes are one
chipper.
of my favorite old-time crops to grow. Let's start things off with this set right
Yeah,
here. This is the
I mean,
Dr. One-Juiced Yellow. So let's grab some of these.
That'd be pretty
Nice
cool.
sets. Tuck's already looking like he's getting hungry. Look how beautiful these tomatoes are.
That'd be pretty cool,
Incredible.
for
Love to see it.
sure. All right,
We're gonna be filling some bowls up today, but that's the idea. Check out this tomato here. This is the Weizen. I can't pronounce. This is a Ukrainian variety tomato. Looking really nice. We'll get this fat guy right here. Might be tough to get this one out. Cut it from the back. Oh my gosh! Look at that. You're not gonna like these stuff. We'll get you some cucumbers later. Let's get this other one in the back here too. Another one ready. Look at the shape. Look at the color. Look at the beauty. I mean, you can't paint a picture more perfect. I've got some really cool varieties in the grab today. Let's track back just a little bit. Let's get some of the black cherries. The black cherry tomato. Nice color on these. They remind me of the Roselle, but they're a little bigger. Got some over here. Let's move this way. Let's grab one of those mushroom baskets over there. I've got another plant, another mushroom basket tomato that has even more tomatoes on it, but this one looks like it's getting ripe, so let's get this one. we've had a couple nice nights, so the tomatoes are really starting to ripen. This is the, like I said, time of year we're waiting for. Look how beautiful some of the flowers are we have in the back too. So we've been putting a lot of different flowers in the food forest. It's not only added beauty, but it's brought in so many different pollinators. Here's the Berkeley tie-dye. This one looks pretty cool, but I gotta show you the Berkeley tie-dye I have in the back. I mean,
So
the
that's
colors
what
on
I'm
that one
gonna try
is
to do
amazing.
this
Let's
year.
keep going.
So
More to grab. Here's one of my all-time favorite tomatoes. If
I
you watch
got
the
some nice
channel,
parsley
you see me
growing
talk about
in
this.
the
This
front
is the
there.
Soldati.
So
This thing is so productive, so consistent, and
it's a
one of my
nice
all-time
looking
favorite
tomatoes,
sandwich
man. I hope
tomatoes.
I at least
You don't
get
get much
one.
better. Before we keep harvesting, I want to mention to grab some of the merch at jamesprigioni.com. This is the summer merch. It's a limited time thing. We're about to close the sale, so if you want to grab the summer merch,
You know,
make sure you do while you still can. Let's get this
we
one.
go out there and we would have grabbed us a
Says it
big
has-
old one like
it
that
will
there
split
by now.
sometimes a little bit, but just
Oh, I
overall,
don't mind them cracked and disformed. They're still outrageously
and the
good.
basket's already starting to fill up. Probably have to get
Look
a new
at
one
that.
soon. But let's move over to this Cosmo Genovese. This one has been attacked by the birds a little bit, but don't worry, I've got another Cosmo Genovese in my other garden that's doing even better than this one. So we're just gonna grab
We
one.
slice that thing up about a half-inch, 3/8 stick,
and then we'll
put
move
it on
over
a
to,
toast.
another,
Oh, yeah.
I think this is the. Yep, this is
You
a
like
German
that all
variety. This
summer.
might be the same as the other. I meant the Ukrainian one. Look at that
Ain't
beautiful this is.
happening for me this year.
Look how
None
cool
for
this one is. This is
you.
one of the coolest tomatoes I think in the garden. Look at the size. Look at the shape. Man, this is an incredible heirloom variety. Organic. And look at Tuck. He's getting
Tug wants to eat
He
it.
wants some snacks. So we got a few more tomatoes I want to grab. Then we're gonna get him some snacks. But let's just keep going. I'm gonna have to carry the rest of these in
Vegetarian
baskets, so I'm
dog,
pretty much
man.
full.
I mean, that
Let's
is
sneak back
cool.
here. We've got a couple ripe here. This one's just ripe. We'll take this one real quick.
Oh, he's
Move
got a
over to
little
another one.
echinacea growing right there.
Follow me back here. And
It's a
actually,
little
before you do
guy.
that, take a little look up real quick. Look how beautiful these sunflowers are, and look at the amount of activity. All the bees are just going nuts back here. All the pollinators, they're having a blast. And look at this. Back up a little bit. Look at the sunflower. Look at the sunflower next to me. This thing has got to be 15 feet tall. The biggest sunflower I've ever grown. I'm proud of this one, and it's really cool. If you look at this back corner, come over here now. Look how much stuff we got growing back
Yeah,
here.
we didn't get
Look at
no
all the
sunflowers this
flowers and
year.
everything. It's just turned into a super productive corner. This variety, I planted a variety of tomato, and it's not what it said it was. So this is kind of a mistake tomato in a way. I'm not even sure what variety it is. But look at this one right here. This is the Blue Beauty. Look at the color. Incredible heirloom variety.
Well, they look like
Awesome
Cherokee,
color. So
but
the blue
Cherokee
tomato
are
like
bigger, but they look
Just
like that.
beautiful. More sets right here. Whoops, I can't really get to that. We get on this side. Then just so many more tomatoes up here to grab. A lot of these are ripe. I'm going to grab the majority of them, but I just want to grab one more tomato in this back corner. The other Berkeley tie-dye I was telling you about. Look at this. Look at the color. Look at this. That is so insane looking.
Yeah, but how do you know if
I haven't
it's
tried this
ripe
tomato
or
yet, but
not?
I mean, just for the colors, it's a really cool one. We've got so many more things to grab, so let's keep moving. I've got some my Super Sweet 100s in the pot, still doing good, starting to produce more
I think
tomatoes. and
those
this
are
thing's
my
starting to grow
favorite
up
Sweet
the peach tree
100s.
as well. Behind me, we've got the cucumber. This
Look at
thing's got some
that.
fresh cucumbers on it. The one in the pot. Grab this guy right here, and then look at this. Look, track up. Look at this one growing up the peach tree, and it's got cucumbers on it. How cool is that? Let's keep going though. Let me bring you to these raised beds over here and grab a few different things. Then we'll get back to harvesting even more tomatoes because there's so many to grab.
Oh, yeah.
Cucumbers growing up with single strings here, doing well. Gonna grab that. Keep going over here. We've got some dragon tongue beans, my favorite variety of bean. We'll see if Tuck wants one of those. Tuck want a dragon tongue, boy? So here's the dragon tongues. They're so good and they're productive and just you cannot beat this bean in my opinion. Some people have told me they've grown them and they just couldn't be happier. So if you've never grown the dragon tongues, make sure you get some in the ground. We'll see if they're Tuck approved.
I had taken some.
Oh yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
had
This is the
taken
good stuff
some.
right, boy. This is what he's been waiting for. We'll let him snack on that. We'll move over to our left a little bit more.
Ginger.
This bed is doing fantastic. Also, look at the size of some of these Ajvarski peppers.
Oh, that must have been
Just
April.
massive. also
And I
got some
just cut it up and put it in that
onions
dirt
back
out
here.
there.
Grab an onion or two
Well,
if you want.
It's
not huge, but
popping.
you can barely even see them growing back there. I gotta keep moving though. We got a lot more stuff to grab. Let's go. I showed you these apples already. Come over here though. I want to show you the cucumbers growing up the single string.
So we should have
rainfall nearly got me killed up here at 9,000 feet. So if you're over 40, 50, or 60 years old, you'll want to hear this because I'm going to share what I learned about and what really
fly it into the ground and I'll watch your video.
Look at this right here. This is an area where most people wouldn't even have planted anything. It's at the end of the bed, but if you notice, growing up this string, there's some cucumbers, and look at the size of some of these suyo logs. Look at this. Incredible. Compared to me. We got to put this thing next to Tuck, crack it open and see if he wants a
I
bite.
mean, it's impressive, but I don't like the taste of
Got
them.
more up here. I want to take this one too.
I like your regular
And then if you
cucumbers.
look up, there's even more young ones there. So much food. Let's keep going though.
Which I'm not going to have any this year.
These are the Mexican gherkins, the sour ones. They're pretty good. This is when they're ready. They look like little watermelons. They've got a nice pop to them, a nice crunch, and a pretty decent flavor too. So really good stuff. Like I mentioned, flowers. We've got a lot of them this year. Look how beautiful the aster is.
Wow.
That's starting to wake up. Just striking, in my opinion.
Man, these look unreal, huh?
And then this spot right here. Yeah, this might be a door to our chicken pen, but it's actually turned into a cucumber producing machine. Look at this. How many do we have back here? Let's take this one. Let's take this one. 2. Then let's get the other ones in here. It's a nice one. 3. 4. Another one down here. 5. Let's check over here.
I don't even know how he keeps up.
More in the back. More hanging. It's just insane. It's insane. Look at this guy. He went for the smaller one. What he really wants is just to crack it open for him so we can get to the good stuff. This is where the water is. This is where the good stuff is, right, boy? You can stack on that if you want to. We're going to keep moving. We got more stuff we need to grab. Come to the right here. Here's our biggest tomatoes in the garden so far. This is another Super Sweet 100. Absolutely loaded with fruit. Look at the size of it, and look at the size of the sun gold too. Loaded. Look at this thing's got to be 10 feet tall already, and this thing is just going to keep going.
That's amazing.
Along the fence line, there's a bunch of cucumbers. You can see some melons too. Look at that Charentai melon, looking beautiful. And then just look right below that here. So many cucumbers down there, and then just look directly below it. More cucumbers down there. My favorite variety, Socrates. So good. This way, we've got the Chadwick cherry tomato right here, looking good. I like these ones. These are kind of like more of a mouthful, this tomato. Let's take a bite of this one. Good flavor. Reminds me kind of a Super Sweet 100, but not as
Those there
sweet,
you can
but still
add to
real
your
good flavor. Along the fence,
add
more
to your
juicy stuff. I mean, endless amount of cucumbers down there. More cucumbers.
San
More
Maranos when you're
cucumbers,
making
but
sauce.
let's be done with the cucumbers for now and move back over to some tomatoes. Look at this mushroom basket.
I was
This is what
watching
talking about. Look
PBS
how
once
loaded this mushroom basket is.
when they were
Some right
Italy,
down there. Look at the ones above it.
back country, and
Let's get this mushroom basket right here. Look at this. One of my favorite looking tomatoes. The pink blush, amazing. The ribbon, incredible. It's just the flavor is so good. This is a
man,
really
oh
good
man.
tomato. You gotta get this one in.
I
It's
hope
an
we
heirloom,
get
too.
one tomato
Gonna get
this
other
year.
one, mushroom basket. Look at that. This is like the Castelluto Genovese, but a little bigger, and it seems to have incredible disease resistance. So we're gonna stick with the mushroom basket for now.
Good morning.
Great tomato. Let's move over to the other food board to grab some more stuff. We'll start off by grabbing this ancient Native American squash. This thing is just incredible. It's the white scallop squash. Not only does it taste great, it's incredibly productive. This thing has been around since like the 1590s, so this is a really old variety. And it's got so many squash on it.
Yeah,
Here's
these
one
are the
that's probably
ones
a little
I
bit
got
big. There's more
interest
over
in.
there, but before we get to that one, I know we've got some tostados right there too. Tostado Romanesco. Let's grab one of these.
How's it going backwards?
Let's get this one.
I sent you an email.
Around. Here we go. This is like the ideal, perfect size. Look at that. Oh, man, this is such a good squash. You guys got to grow this one, and you got to grow the patty pan. Let's get some more out of them in here. Another one here. Grab that one. Another one right over here. That one. This is all one plant. And I know there's more over here. It's just insane how productive it is. So good. And behind it, this is what you don't want to see. Here's a costado that I missed. Getting a little big. We're going to take it out now, but this thing's way bigger than I want it to be. Let's keep moving though, because there's more in here. Look. Another one that got pretty big. We'll take that one. Move to the right a little more. Another one ready in there. Right here. I mean, the food is just like non-stop at this point. Let me hop into this bed though, because we've got some massive cucumbers in the back. And then if you notice, come in a little bit, you notice there's huge cucumbers in the back. You'll see. Look at them doing real well. But right in front of it, I've got a new round of all cucumbers planted. So if these ones start to slow down, we've got the next round coming up. So we're always looking towards the future. We're not just focused on today's harvest.
You know, that's one thing I always forgot to do.
I gotta get this one.
Like I got the salad in the bed like around August 1st.
Gosh. Look at that.
But he's saying what he does is he plants another set.
I'll put this stuff down here. Come back for it. But let's get another soldaki right here. Look at this. How beautiful this tomato is. Let me show you. Oh, I love this tomato so much.
Man.
Right next to me right here, I'm pretty sure this is the Cherokee Purple. I lost the label on it, but I'm pretty positive it's a Cherokee Purple. So some of them are getting close. It looks like they need a little more time, but this one up here looks like it's about ripe. Nice color on this one. Beautiful. Darker, you can see where you get that Cherokee Purple vein. Really nice stuff right there. Love this tomato. Let's move in the back right over here just real quick, because this tomato right here. Do you guys remember from my tomato tree video? This is the cherry bomb. This is the one that I call the tomato tree, because this thing can just get massive. Like the Super Sweet 100s. It gets
No,
huge,
Sweet 100s, boy.
it just doesn't stop. It's got incredible disease.
They all ripen
Let's keep
at the
moving.
same time, it seems
Go
like.
grab some beans and stuff. Looks like Tuck's still working. Here. The yellow beans need to be harvested because they're at peak production. Look at that. Look how many beans are on just one plant. And they still taste incredible. Really good.
You see these grow containers before they steel ones?
Juicy and delicious. Not as good as the dragon tongue, but still really good. I don't know how that cucumber got over there. I bet Tuck took it, brought it over there. He's just hilarious. Come this way though, I got more to show. And more to grab, technically. Let's get some tomatoes from this bed. Like I mentioned, I had a Castelluto Genovese that's doing better in this section than the other. Look at this Castelluto. This is what you love to see. Look how many tomatoes are on this thing. We'll just get this whole set right here. Look at that. Look at the beauty. Smaller than the mushroom basket. Check these out right here. This is the Sunrise Bumblebee. Let me show you some of these. Really cool looking color of it. Look at that. Just beautiful. Then here we've got more of the Chadwick cherries that I showed you earlier. Doing real good. Move to the left a little more. We've got some of the purple Bumblebee. Looking nice.
Look at the amount of work you did. And you can buy a box of 1,000 of those plastic things.
Some tomatoes are not doing good right here. This is one I wouldn't grow again. This is the Michael
You see them plastic
Michael
things? They're
Also,
reusable.
he's the man, but I do not think his
Not
variety
like a
tomato is
pool
that
tie.
good, to be honest. Then right here, we've got
More
the
like a
Berry
shower
Crazy
curtain.
Cherry. This thing's starting to put out a lot of fruit. It's got big sets. Not as impressed as I thought it was going to be, but still pretty cool. Here's the Brad's Atomic Grape. These ones look really, really cool, but they're not that productive. Let's actually taste one though and see if it can have it. See if it has a good flavor.
You already got them?
Actually super impressed. A very good flavor. Sweet, a little bit mild, not a lot of acidity. So not a super productive plant, but incredibly striking for the way it looks and really good flavor. So we've got some stuff in the back. Show you a few more varieties. The blue cream berries. Just give you an overview. You'll notice there's a plane flying up over top. We just live in a regular suburban area, so you're going to hear some background stuff, but it's just a regular backyard. Look at the gooseberries, the Harkins yellow. Really nice sized ones. Good tomatoes. Love these. Next to us right here.
Sounds like he needs to get down the border, hire a few hundred of them illegals.
Right now, get 50%
What
off
do you think?
everything, or get up to 60 months no interest. Experience the difference at Jordan's.
Oh yeah, July's going, baby. It's all over. We started looking at the color now of the sunset. Days are getting shorter.
This is the red zebra. So look at the color in this. Look at how striking it is, the beauty. I mean, some of these heirlooms are just absolutely incredible. Look how the basket is coming together. The colors, really
Make
nice.
it count.
Here's another one I can't pronounce. This is
Yeah, I was a
Italian
little
variety.
disappointed.
This thing does not grow
I
big. I got
wanted
a
to
few of them.
replace
They're
this
staying really short, but
rubber
they
brake
put out a lot of
line,
tomatoes.
and
Next
it
to me
didn't
right here,
even
we've
come
got
with
the
a clip.
German
I'm
lunchbox.
like, you
This
son
is
of a
pretty little
bitches!
tomato.
How cheapy you
Like
gotta
the way
be?
this one looks. This reminds me of the sweet treats,
Fuck,
which I had some
man.
of the sweet
I mean, I
treats. Such a
called
good variety
AutoZone. They
too.
said, come down,
And we've
we'll
got
give you one. But
the black pear tomatoes. These are looking really nice
I
too.
tell ya.
Plant is loaded. Happy with the way this one's turning out. And then back here we have the violet.
it's so sickening.
Jasper.
You know, they used to be made in Mexico and America,
But
you know,
this
years
tomato
ago,
has had
30
a lot of
years
disease
ago.
problems, and so have
And
the
then
other
we
ones
went
I
into
wasted.
China, and
Violet Jasper.
the
So
quality
really
is
beautiful
just
color,
going
but I don't think it's
downhill.
worth it because a lot of disease issues in this one. We're gonna move over and grab some more stuff. We've got a plane flying right over top. I live pretty close to the beach, so sometimes we get some of these planes that fly over and just show some of the advertisement and stuff. But we think it just goes to show we're just living in a normal area. This is a normal backyard, and really anybody can do what we're doing back
So
here.
he said he
I
don't
wanna
live
grab a
far
couple
from the
cabbages because
beach.
they're just huge.
So that's
Before I
pretty
do that, though,
impressive.
I need to find my pruners, which I left over here. And
He's
actually,
probably
before we
flying
grab
on
cabbages,
Popo
let's
looking
get
for the
Tuck
reefer
some
plants.
carrots. I know I got some carrots in here. Let's check these ones out right here. Tuck, what do you
Imagine
think,
this
boy?
guy got to do reefer plants there.
Smell the carrots in here? Let's let him find one of his own. Right there. He's found it.
Tuck getting
Look
ready
what
for the
we got.
carrot. There he goes.
Oh, the boss orders his own carrots. Looks like a nice one. Let me just give it a quick wipe for you, buddy. Quick wipe off. Snap off the.
Look how excited this dog gets. It's amazing.
And let him go to town. Oh, he doesn't want to miss any. What do you think, buddy? If you guys love seeing Tuck in the video, spam those hearts. This guy is the boss. He's a leader. He never quits. He's always going hard. Let me put this next to him. Look at how beautiful this guy is in the garden, next to the tomato seed grow. So this is his harvest today.
I mean,
Unfortunately, he shares the tomatoes
seriously.
with us because he does a good job growing them, taking care of the whole garden, keeping the bunnies out.
But he's got to be selling
squirrels
this
out,
stuff.
keeping everything out. Well, boss,
I would
snack on this
think.
carrot. Let's grab one of these cabbages. Let me take one of these red ones first. You won't believe how dense these things are. Just listen to this. Ready?
Oh, look at this, man. Look at this.
I mean, it's so dense. It's incredible. I want to take this one out.
Nothing. Got
This is the
nothing
Red
out of my
Express.
cabbage plant.
So dense. So heavy.
Nothing.
I can't believe how much denser it got as it started to ripen. I wasn't
And
expecting
I
it.
did
It's
the
like
red and
solid
I did
rock.
the green. I sort of
Really
like
nice.
mixing them
Now I've got
in
one
my
more I wanna grab right
sauerkraut.
here. Another early Jersey Wakefield next to
In
me.
my
So this thing has
coleslaw.
gotten incredibly dense too.
Look at
And
that.
it's just absolutely beautiful. Let's take this guy
No
out.
bugs. Man, them
So
leaves
many
be all
cabbages
chewed
here,
up
clumps,
with
clumps,
slugs
and
and snails.
weeks. I missed another cabbage in the other bed. One of the dead on Savoy that was beautiful. But this one's good
Well,
for
that
now.
one should have left
I
a
want to
little
cut the
longer,
harvest
maybe.
both so I can knock them together. You can hear it. Ready? I mean, this is just solid food. I'm saying, like, 10 pounds or something, each of them, maybe 7 pounds, but they are so heavy, so much food, so incredibly blessed to have all this cabbage, all these tomatoes, grapes in the bag.
Yeah. Slugs and
Unlimited
snails.
food everywhere I look. That's today's video, growers. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. Me and Tuck had a blast out here. Sorry if I was just running around so quickly. The thing is, I have so much to show. I have so much stuff to grab, and I'm trying not to make the videos too long. This thing could have been like 45 minutes to an hour, so I'm trying to keep them like about 20 minutes or something. I don't want it much longer than that, but it's hard for me because everything just draws me in. Every time I see something, I want to run over and show it. Like, for instance, we didn't get to show the grapes. I want to run over and show those, but it's like I need to try to keep the videos relatively condensed and try to make it so it brings value to you guys, because sometimes I just get too wrapped up in what I'm doing out here, me and Tuck. I want to get this guy a little water. He's been out here crushing it. You can see we're using the Grow water bottle. If you want to grab a water bottle, check out the merch at jamesprigioni.com. We got the kneelers, we got the water bottle, we got the Grow shirts, and the summer stuff is only going to be around for a short period of time. We're about to end that summer merch, so if you guys want to grab them, make sure you do while you still can, because time is running out. I also wanted to mention thank you to our new channel member, Rod Victor. Thanks for being a part of Team Grow. Thanks for having your hand in everything you're doing. It just means so much to me and the little balls. Look how much he's drinking. He's going in town because it's just super hot out. Although we have a bit of an overcast in regards to the sun, it's still super hot and super humid, and we're just trying to make the most of it and have a lot of fun out here. As you guys can see, this was the first big tomato harvest. We still have more harvest coming down the pipe. The cucumbers are doing good. It's just such an incredible feeling that every year we're harvesting way more than the year before, and that's what we want for you guys also. So that's why we share these videos.
Mine's going the opposite way.
Make sure you keep growing, and make sure you do not stop learning. James and Tuck, we're back together.
Yeah, look in there. No turnip, no cabbage. I got one broccoli plant that's coming up. Looks pretty sorry.
After 50 years, the Supreme Court has stripped women of the freedom to
Carrots ain't coming up.
That's why Jared Golden voted to protect abortion access and the right to choose, so women can make personal decisions for their doctors. Tell the Senate to join Jared Golden and pass the Women's Health Protection Act now.
I kind of bombed, but hey, that's just the way it goes. I knew, don't set yourself up for a garden this year. You know what I mean? Don't set yourself up for getting excited about gardening. I knew it wasn't probably going to be a good year. You got his channel? You want his link? Oh, well. You see some nice gardens up here, though. Straight out in the open, man. They are looking good. We went by one last night on the way to the lake, and boy, they had a nice little small garden, very compact, but very, very productive. And everything looking super healthy. Oh, well. We'll be all right. Everything gonna be all right. Oh, yeah. You sub to him. What about get some silly stuff? Jet-powered scooter for you? How about some jet-powered scooter? Should only one in here today. Let's see what happens.
I'm taking this all-wheel drive electric scooter and mounting a jet engine on the back, just like
electric scooter with a jet engine.
This thing is ridiculously fast the way it sits. I am genuinely curious to see how crazy and insane this scooter feels under jet power. That looks pretty sick. I've ridden a lot of scooters. They're pretty weak compared to this. This thing is an absolute beast. All-wheel drive, all-terrain tires, hydraulic disc brakes, front and rear. Keypad lock. Once I rode it, I was like, man, this thing is so much fun. All-wheel drive. Well, that was a struggle, but I made it up that climb. That was like a 40-degree. That's how steep that was, in about a 50-foot climb. I put this thing in two-wheel drive and zero start mode, which means it applies power from a stop. Up I went. This thing even helped me climb. That was pretty cool. Wow, this is gonna be great.
Guy's a wicked engineer. Look at that, cutting steel and metal with water. I'm not shitting you. All right, I'll be back. Oh.
So the products in the Truly Beauty and SpongeBob collection work to clear, brighten, protect, as well as prevent against fine line and wrinkle formation. Ingredients in all these products is mango, pineapple, hyaluronic acid, sea kelp, as well as algae. So this is an in-shower polish. What this polish works to do is gently buff away dead skin anywhere in your body. This can help in evening out skin texture, as well as preventing fine line formation. It's this gorgeous yellow color, and this can be used as an all-over body serum. This one also smells just like fresh pineapple. Pineapple is really rich in an enzyme called bromelain. It works to gently exfoliate and illuminate skin while decongesting pores. This gorgeous pink color, and again, you can apply this all over your body on any area that you want to feel tight and firm. So it has this gorgeous pink and green and yellow swirl. It's similar to other Truly body butters. It is super thick and creamy, but absorbs very, very quickly into your skin. It can also help in soothing irritated skin if you've been in the sun all day. It's a skincare travel pouch. This mini spatula scoops out the perfect amount. Shop all the new products in the Truly Beauty and SpongeBob SquarePants collection by heading to trulybeauty.com.
What's ever special is they value academics, but they really want you to develop as a person, go out of your comfort zone and try different activities. It's one thing to be able to listen to music, but then when you're able to move people and perform yourself, I think I love doing that. What I like about track is that it's both individual and it's like a team sport, being able to motivate people, being able to have people motivate you. I want to be remembered for who I am and how I made other people feel rather than the different awards I receive. So that's what I've kind of discovered here. It's not all about what you do, but also what you do for other people.
It's so perfect, it clicks right in. Here's where I'm at. I'm all done mounting the jet engine. Came out much better than I thought it would. This was a lot of design and fabrication work, and I'm not done yet. I still have to design and fabricate the fuel tanks, hook up the fuel system, all the electronics, and then fire it up. This is the tubing that I'm going to be using for the fuel tanks. It's 3-inch Schedule 40 aluminum pipe. Scooter's all done. I think it came out pretty good. Everything's finished. I made the tanks. All the electronics are hooked up. It's pretty much ready to go. The only thing I'm going to do later is 3D print an enclosure for all the electronics and the throttle cable. I also added a DC to DC converter to take the voltage from the onboard battery and knock it down to a voltage that can be used to control the jet engine and all the electronics. So the only thing left to do is take it out, hit the road, see how it drives, and see how fast I can get it up to before I get scared. I just arrived at my first test location. I chose this sort of suburban ghetto neighborhood, if you will. I think it'll be a good ride, and I'm not really sure what to expect. This turbine has a lot of power, and I've never ridden a jet-powered scooter before. I was gonna bring my helmet, but of course I forgot it, I do have my gloves though. Let's see what happens.
Good morning, backwoods. Check this out.
All right, we're ready to go. Let's do it.
Imagine having this guy for a neighbor. Oh, yeah. I think he's a little silly without helmet, pad, knee pad. You go down, man, you're going to be hurting for certain. Hockey pants, knee pads, elbow. His fucking neighbors must be like, what the fuck? Actually, you know what's really weird? He's got a shop in the city.
You started with yoga for beginners.
Yeah, we like speed. He's got a shop in the city. So this is one of the first videos I ever seen at it. I guess it'd be his home.
Hit the road with insurance that protects your classic for what it's actually worth and save an average of $264. Get a quote.
Oh yeah, Haggerty. Been around for a long time. Oh yeah. You know how loud this friggin' thing is?
That was legit. Oh, just ran out of fuel right now. Oh, that was great. So I got up to like, man, this thing's just, it's too fast. Like, the brakes feel good, but they're kind of grabby. Oh, man, it's a lot of fun, that's for sure. And it's a weird sensation. It feels smoother than electric. It just feels like somebody's pushing you like a cushion, like on a cloud. And you're just going faster, faster. I didn't even feel like I was going 62. Then once I see how fast the trees are passing me, I realize I'm going fast. I really had to lower my center of gravity to make those turns at that speed because, man, it felt like felt like the scooter wanted to go that way.
Yeah, I'd put a seat in it and drop the handlebars by a foot and a half.
Next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to head to that straightaway and see what.
Well, this is where he usually goes. Let's see what he runs. I bet he could do about 78.
Oh, man, there it goes, right there. Hearing protection. Oh, now I can hear better. That's next. Let's go.
Well, I did 60 mile an hour on a kiteboard, unofficial world record.
I'm here at my second location, which is a 2-mile-long straightaway, really smooth. There's a couple of bumps here and there. I did stop in between and pick up my helmet. I'm just going to start off on one end here, start the
I ain't criticizing you, buddy, but you go on that pavement. Believe me, I've fell on pavement before.
Or hitting a speed fast enough.
Actually, pavement's really easy.
So that's what I'm going to do next. Let's do it.
Beach sand is the worst when I used to kiteboard.
I'm going to leave links in the description below to this fuel as well as the scooter because everybody asked me about this fuel that I use. I really like it because it burns super clean. There's no black smoke like
yeah, maybe you should put that shit in jet aircraft then. Quit adding all that additive shit. You could do a lot better with airplane tires too. Fuck them knobbies. There's a lot of wind there. Yeah, he ain't doing it there. Something's up.
Unfortunately, it looks like the scooter is limiting it to about 62 or 63, and then it's applying some sort of regen braking or something. I'm going to try it one more time with the scooter off and see what happens. I just don't have a GPS or anything with me to track the speed, but I'm just going to feel it and see if it feels a little bit faster with the scooter off. But I won't have a reading for the speedometer, so try it one more time.
Yeah, he ain't got it. Look at the chemtrails come. I think he's in Jersey. You got wheel wobble. Heavy tires balanced. Ain't that a cool camera? It's on a pole, but you can't see the pole.
That was pretty fun. Unfortunately, I couldn't measure the speed because I had no GPS and I couldn't fly the drone. It was just too windy, but it was definitely faster.
Oh, maybe he did it with a drone.
For sure, there's some regen going on with the scooter because the first time when I would hit the brakes, it would kind of pulsate. And then once I turned the scooter off and did this run right now, and you hit the brakes, it was super smooth. It looks like the brakes are hydraulic, and there's also some sort of little cable there. Maybe that goes to some sort of pressure sensor. I'm not really sure, but that makes sense. I guess that's tied into the regenerative braking. And
you gotta get rid of all that safety shit if you really run it out.
And I got it up.
I still think the seat and
because the front wheel started doing this like duck wobble.
Duck wobble.
If I did any faster, I would wipe out for sure.
Yeah.
So
we used to get that wheel wobble, man. Holy shit. Sometimes at 35, 40. And it was ridiculous. Very, very scary. Shake the living shit out of you. Balance the wheels and put heavier springs in, and that ended up. But I think that's where he's coming wheel wobble. And so you need to balance them tires first of all. If there isn't suspension in there, he needs to tighten it up.
I use this scooter all the time to go get groceries, run errands, and I'm going to continue to use it after I take the jet engines off. I couldn't recommend a better scooter, so I'm going to leave a link in the description below as well as a discount code to this. And again, this is an on-road, off-road scooter, all-wheel drive, selectable. Disc brakes front and rear.
The motor's like 10 grand. That jet engine.
It does in fact have regenerative braking because, like I said, when I turned the scooter off, it became super, super smooth, and I couldn't feel any regen. It felt completely different. That's pretty good to know. I was wondering if it had regen or not. Now I know it does, so I'll leave a link in the description below for anybody that's interested in this or just wants to take a look. Again, this is the Fido Beast.
Yeah, he does
And
get
one
springs
thing
in
I
there.
did
You
wanna
need to
mention
tighten your
is
springs
that
up.
hydro diesel, it was pretty interesting. Did you see the difference in the way the engine started from the jet fuel in the first test to the hydro diesel in this test? It didn't smell like diesel and it didn't smell like jet fuel. It smelled a little sweet. It seemed to make a little bit more power than the jet fuel. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Thanks for watching. See you in the next video.
Oh, yeah. Warp perception. It's always doing crazy stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Back in the day when I used to kiteboard, we didn't have cameras like we do now. There's no video of me at all. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nobody in here today? Good morning. Bold time. Cheers. Right back at you. We did a bold time last night. Man, I went for a short walk with Bud and it just started hurting again. This is going to end. I'm so tired of this bullshit. Anyways, we're doing all right. We'll get it. Bubba's in the house. Smoke bowl, dawn, morning, good. Enjoy this weekend. Rabbi, did you get your rain? It was supposed to rain. I don't know what happened. No, it was actually a very nice night. I didn't sleep too well. We was up late, and man, the stars were out. But it was funny. I was on the phone with Dawn after Friday night's live, and she told me there was a meteor shower. And I swear to God, I walked out the door, not 3 seconds later, I seen a meteor. And I was up, beautiful night last night. I have trouble sleeping when the night's that pretty. I don't want to miss it. Anyways, I didn't see nothing. I seen the space station last night. You seen some crazy shit last night. What'd you see? All right now. Baby, it's all right now. Yeah. Walk Perception. Go check them out. Let's see what else we got. Oh, listen to Robbie Lawton duets Samurai Suzuki. See how much all this project cost? Yeah, rub it in the old man's face, you fucking cheap little bastard. Let's see where he's going to go with it. Sun Explainer, Streak Across the Sky. Well, probably.
What makes Dead River Company the provider
I
of
like
choice
this
for
one,
propane?
Dead River Company, huh?
The prompt
Oh, yeah.
deliveries.
Anyway,
Professional equipment
probably
maintenance.
Space Junk or Meteor Shower.
Working together to deliver on a promise of comfort and safety.
Oh yeah,
Be
comfort
there
and
when you
safety.
need us for all things propane. Dead River Company. We put the pro in propane. Become a customer today. Visit deadriver.com.
Yeah, there was weekend, but I didn't see nothing last night. I mean, I was only out there for about 15, 20 minutes.
Actual cost from start to finish to paint the Golden Nugget was 1 year in the making. We are headed to the Golden Nugget reveal. Yay! Yay! There we go. We are currently about 9 miles from the location.
We have not made it to the undisclosed location yet. We had to stop. There's a couple of items that's in the bed that we need to get inside because it's starting to rain. We don't want them to get ruined. We can't let you know what's inside just yet.
We're gonna save
So we got up to the
get that done by the end of this month.
Sitting around, just kind of hanging out, staying up top. All of a sudden, we hear people freaking out. All right, they're coming up the road right now.
They're all working together. Pretty cool.
Ed gets out of the Golden Nugget, and what did you know? First person he sees, he calls out.
The storyteller's right over there.
Robbie. I'm sorry, Ed.
Everybody's been telling me stories, but yours was the biggest.
But it was worth it. Look at what we had to keep from you.
Kept asking him, oh, where's it at? Oh, it's in Salt Lake, being sandblasted. Yeah.
So after nearly 1 full year of work, Ed's expression made it all completely worth it.
So nice I don't drive it off road.
No, drive it. Take it to the mine.
You repaint it.
Absolutely. Hey, repair for life. Ed was so excited to drive his Rokon.
it's been a long time.
I just think the whole thing is cool, you know?
Nice, huh?
Yeah, they did a good job.
They couldn't get
I don't
any
think
other-
Ed's a
I think
Mormon.
so.
Oh, absolutely. Your record is going down. Challenge accepted.
But I guess he's,
Here's what I need from
Matt
you.
gave
You need to
him
head over to Matt's Off-Road Recovery, spam every one
a
of his
place
videos,
to,
and demand that Ed attempt
park
the
his
world record
camper
over his
and live
Rokon,
there.
Because Matt currently owns the world record holding Rokon, and it's only fair that that title goes back to Ed. We're gonna go sit down with Ed. We've got a few gifts. So this is our crew. That's Hillbilly.
So,
Big Dinner. We have a couple things for you. First up, we had to give
in
RC car.
1972, Ed went
Miniature
into
Golden
his
Nugget
gold
built
mine
by Jeremy Kilburn. So thank you,
and
Jeremy.
he parked it.
This
He
is a
parked that
replica
Jeep,
Golden Nugget that a fan built. It's even got mile stars. It's not 100% the same.
and then there
but
was a
it's
rock
close.
slide.
Yeah.
When you're not driving that, you can drive this.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it's electric.
Wow. Fan built it.
He couldn't get out. That was
There was
1972.
a time when we were talking about turning this into
So
a
Matt-
top because of how bad it was.
Well, I'm glad you didn't, because I like
And the
it
rest of the
that way.
gang went out
Yeah,
there and
that's
they
what we
took
decided.
3 days to cut it out of the forest and get it over all this shit. Anyway,
That's going to be one of my kids that teaches us how to drive it, Ed.
All right, next we had a very special
secretly
Dynamite box
rebuilt it
sent
for
in
him.
from one of
Wasn't
your
there
fans.
Golden
This is
Nugget
from another
Hotel?
viewer.
Yep.
Wow.
We won't start now. will
Nope,
we?
we'll make it.
We couldn't find any dynamite, so we got the next best thing.
I'm going to go set this on the front of the Rokon. Explosives. So Ed told me that the reason he's hard of hearing is because he spent all his money on dynamite and didn't have enough left over for fuse. So he'd only be able to buy a little bit of fuse, and that's why his hearing's bad. It's awesome.
So from what Ed told me after reading the letter, this crate came from that guy's father, and he had nobody to pass it down to, so he wanted it to go to Ed, and it's going to sit on the front of his Rokon.
That's nice.
You been to Vegas?
And then we got him 2 cartons of candy canes, Winston's. We got 2 cartons of candy canes for you. We'll give those to you tomorrow. Okay, so something that we didn't film, but I want to let you guys in on it. Ed was the most grateful human I have ever encountered by giving a gift to. Okay, he went out to his house, he got me my very own Golden Nugget. I'm not showing you guys. It's super sentimental to me. I'm gonna keep that thing forever. Just to have a little piece of gold from Ed that he actually found. He told me the whole story where he found it in Arizona. To keep it for the rest of my life.
That's
Well, we
awesome.
appreciate your time. I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah.
So,
I know where to bring it when it breaks down. Need
yeah,
to paint.
yeah. When we need to paint it, we'll.
Matt scratches it up.
Whoa. I've got the banana to scratch. I've got plenty to scratch.
All right, it's that time. We're all gonna go sign the underside of the hood.
You got to do it.
I thought this was so slick. Spray your balls with Golden Nugget. Vegas, baby, lady. Yeah, go watch that Tim Dillon, the first 10, 15 minutes of that Tim Dillon, man, make your head spin. So Airbnb now, the way I understand it, they got ladies now. And some of them aren't willful ladies. Some of them are, what do you call that? Trafficking ladies. And he showed the article, so it must be true, I would think. 2 gals went and stayed there, and security showed up. And they're like, what the fuck is this? And they were trying to hijack these 2 women.
The most asked question in all the comments. So here we are. We're breaking it down. We're gonna let you guys know how many hours we estimate the Golden Nugget took and the estimated cost. So we're gonna throw this back a little bit to February 1st, 2022. Golden Nugget arrives late in Autobody. Fab Rats passes that torch off on us. That's when the real work began. Sleepless nights,
I got naked ladies,
of work,
besides
sanding, and more sanding.
down
The
driveway
entire month
on
of February
porch. I don't
was
know
tear
what
down,
you're
take the
talking about.
sandblast. We worked worked on the frame till about March 15th-ish, give or take. In between that time, we had about 6 weeks. At 40 hours a week, we had 2, sometimes 3 of us working on it at all times. 100 man hours a week. That's 600 hours just in the frame. Now, if we were to bill that, $50 an hour, 600 hours, that's 30 grand in labor if we were to bill every one of those hours. That is insane.
Yeah, we don't need
From
nothing
about
like
March
that.
15th to about April 25th.
Well, I'd just like to pull the frame, the body off the frame, straighten out the body, weld up a few things a little bit better. Oh, you flowers. Clean up the frame. I don't think it needs a whole lot. I like to do something with this front suspension.
We took a week off. We didn't work on the Nugget.
Something a little bit different, a little bit more modern. It is heavy.
4 of us worked an entire week solid.
It'd be nice to drop in the Isuzu 4-cylinder turbo intercooler, man. Diesel.
From May 1st on, we were hard at it. We were trying to get this thing done.
No, we're just worried about getting it past the inspection state. And anyone that wants to donate is more than welcome to donate. We need to get tires.
After that week, we got it all sanded and sanded and sanded.
And it's sad the tires aren't worn out. They're just weathered.
For about the next 3 weeks, 2 to 3 guys, 40 hours a week.
There's plenty of tread on them.
Roughly another $6,000.
And I agreed with them. A couple there I didn't like.
I was in the Golden Nugget hard.
But I haven't liked them for a while.
So. That is money that I spent, paint materials, sandpaper. I'm just giving you.
I'm not going to kill myself or someone else.
Got a good time. It was a ton of work, but we enjoyed it, and we would do it over again for Ed any day of the week. Then comes the Rokon. Probably would have been about a $5,000 to $6,000 job by the time we started it and finished it. So that one's simple. All right, so the actual hard costs for the Golden Nugget. I don't even want to say it out loud because it just...
Get on with it, Robbie.
We donated everything on our end to Ed. All right, and that's not even including Chad's Fab. That's not including Bikes and Beards.
So there you go. That's the price of a new 4Runner. I'd rather put it into this.
North of 50 grand to get that thing out
if I had it.
Don't quote me on that, but that's an estimated price. You could basically double down on the cost. I'm sure Fabrats have the exact same amount of money in their end of it as I did on mine. So there you have it. Now you know what the Golden Nugget costs to restore. To end this off, again, I just want to thank every one of you, and I'm talking to you, for all the time that you guys have spent watching these videos, and for all the merch that you guys have bought to support rebuilding Aiden's struggle.
Oh, yeah.
With his fathers that we're rebuilding and gifting back to him. You guys are amazing. I can't even thank you enough. I don't even want to do a merch push, but it's for such a good cause. If anybody's in the market for some sweet merch, head over to RobbieLayton.com, get yourself an awesome shirt.
Well, anyways, I reached out to a couple. I actually reached out to Matt. But boy, Ed's health is going downhill in the last 6 months, I'll tell you. I was ready to write him and say, hey, when are you fuckers going to get that thing done? I don't know why they posted 2 of those. Oh, yeah. All right. Oh, yeah. I don't think he ever did one. We'll go look. Well, watch some old school Toyota restoration. This guy is unbelievable. All righty. And he don't have a 4Runner. I threw it out there, though. I said, hey, you want to do a 4Runner? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you don't have one in here. Land Cruiser. Supercharged backwards. Supercharged 22R. No Forerunner for you. What other one? I'll let this one play. Actually, this one I was kind of upset with. I don't think you should have painted it myself. I think you should have friggin' shot it with a... All right, let's go watch this one anyway. This one was cool. Well, yeah, he had an 84 and he got it in and there was no rust on the thing.
When the road calls.
There was your welding rust over the wheel well on the bed. But I still think he should have just left it alone and shot it with clear with the original tan Toyota color. And when he got it in, it really wasn't in bad shape at all. Turbo, supercharged.
I'm Greg here from Greg's Restorations, going over our latest.
He's not far from me. He's like down in Massachusetts. 82. I still think a 4-cylinder intercooled turbo would be more and more better. Oh, yeah. I don't know where he gets half the ship from this stuff. It's unbelievable. Decals, everything. Even the circuit for the EGR system and stuff. Stickers that go under the label. Look at this.
This truck is a fully built 22R with Hall EFI and a Camden supercharger. The vehicle is pushing over 150 horsepower on the dyno to the wheels, and I'm estimating about 190 horsepower at the engine. The vehicle came in, it was from California, it got shipped in, and I believe it was bought online. And it came in as your average southern, western vehicle. It had virtually just surface rust.
Yep. Just hit them with a little bit of sandpaper and then shoot clear on them. So the truck's really shiny. Yeah, that was a typical hole there on the fender.
When the vehicle came in, it had over 290,000 miles on it before we restored it. The vehicle was stripped down, everything was taken apart, labeled,
Take him
bagged,
first, kiddo, to work. All right, see you, Bubba.
Down to bare steel, all the body work was done, rust repair was done, and we used.
Well, that'd be nice having one of these carousels. God. We'll see if we get fire this week if I do get some welding done. Look at that, stickers and all. Oh, yeah.
One of the benefits of this truck is that it was sandblasted down to bare steel, and everything was coated with a better product than they used from the factory. Everything was seam sealed and rust proofed.
Yeah, the factory shit really was piss poor. On all the older ones, and the new ones ain't much better. See, those are the classic spot welding.
It had anywhere and pinch weld were, they needed to be cut out and repaired. They do not sell the aftermarket replacement panels, so we had to fabricate the panels in-house.
Fabricated his own. There you go.
I know a lot of viewers from our last video asked how much time and how much it cost to build this truck. It took over 1,000 hours to build. I know a lot of people think that's a lot of time, but it's a lot to take apart a vehicle fully and fully restore every single component to factory spec, if not better. If I had to give a price on this truck, it would cost over $100,000 to build.
That's a problem. Look at that, he made his own. That's a problem. Yep. Oh yeah. Well. Good morning, everybody. Happy Joy, last day of July. Let's all contemplate on what the last month brought. I had about 4 or 5 very nice days here. They weren't gold star days. What else have we got? We got 5 ticks on the calendar. What else? We had really nasty. The 23rd and 24th were nasty here. Air stunk, high humidity, very hot.
Once upon a time at the magical Everly Estate, landscaper Larry and his trusty crew.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know it does, man. I'll tell you, I was so disappointed at my partner here. I mean, we got in here. I was just like, we got to get ready for winter up here, man. I don't know how fucking bad it's going to be. But all the years I was in Rhode Island back in the day, watched the news, the weather, they would cover the weather up in other places. In Maine, used to get hammered. Super cold, super amount of snow. And we come up here all the way from the desert for all them time, and you know, she just wasn't taking it seriously. So, what can I say? And with that, I ended up having to have to pay for your pepper. My pepper has lots of flowers. I really hope you get seed out of that this year. And towards the end of the growing season, what I would do is I'd let one pepper go real ripe. Real ripe. Excellent. I'm so glad for you. You know, maybe 1 or 2 peppers, sacrifice eating them, and let them go real ripe, and then harvest the seed out of them. The way things are looking, I'm going to need to borrow some seed back from you, believe it or not. Yeah, I mean, you might want to do a couple. Before you make your decision, take the one that you think is going to be good while you still get others on the plant. Cut it open and make sure you got good fat pepper seeds in there. If they're not fat, they don't want to be flat. You want some fatness to the seed.
I know a lot of viewers are going to be asking about what the color is. It is a Sherwin-Williams Phoenix Red.
He likes using Sherwin-Williams auto paint, which I think is pretty cool. I mean, it definitely is pretty. Yeah, at least one, I would.
There are a lot of features on this truck that are custom that customers wouldn't even expect because it looks factory. One of the custom features is we had to actually cut the underside of the hood to actually fit the air cleaner for the supercharger. That's one example of all the things that we had to do on this truck.
I had a truck with those mirrors. My goodness, they were like girders sticking out.
The vehicle took about 1.5 years to restore. It was a full frame-off restoration that we did in-house. The engine and supercharger setup was built by LC Performance in Arizona.
LC Performance, man. Their shit is good shit if you're going into Toyota backwards.
One of the
LC.
features of working on this vehicle was installing the factory reproduction decals.
Look at that.
These trucks were offered with the new.
Factory decals, man. I don't know, maybe someday.
The vehicle sports a 2.5-inch Oldman EMU suspension lift with 31-inch BF Goodrich all-terrain tires and US wheels.
No interest in bigger
ceramic
tires.
coated exhaust along with a LCE performance headlight.
Mines that came
Another
up
upgrade
are
we did on this
either
truck is it has
Cantaloupe or
aftermarket
Honeydew
disc brakes
from
with
last
a
year.
aftermarket
You should be
brake
excited.
caliper setup.
Have a little melon grower. Hey, Hawkeye. Should be excited. No melon for me. No flowers. No flowers on, and the vines aren't getting big. I gave them some worm poop. That's what I did yesterday. I took all my worm poop juice and fed everything I could. But I don't think we're going to do too good this year. Just nothing's moving. Lady says, "Oh, you need soil amendment." I says, "That worm poop was pretty good stuff, man."
Today we joined Mike at Vintage Motorsports in Oldham, Massachusetts.
And that turned out to be beautiful.
1982 Honda 250R with this 1982 Toyota pickup.
Yeah, those 3 wheels back then in the 80s, early 80s were popular.
He didn't even know I was building this Toyota pickup. They're pretty much the same color, and it was something that you would have bought brand new together if you lived in 1982. Kind of a blast from the past. We did a Raptor line.
No, I don't have newspaper.
That's co-matched to the exterior of the vehicle.
Fucking finding a newspaper up here was always a very difficult thing for me. I think I read more newspaper out west than I did here. Ain't that slick?
Mike owns a vintage motorsports restoration company. He restores older UTVs, ATVs, three-wheelers, dirt bikes, and motorcycles.
Look at this. They did a spread out. Well, I called them up once. I couldn't find something, and he told me where to get it.
One of the upgrades we did to the interior was we upgraded the stereo system to a modern-day sound system. We took the factory radio, sent it out.
I mean, that's all America needed, right there, man.
Auxiliary capabilities.
Good on gas, real good on gas.
One of the cool features about this truck
Get you
is it
through the
also
snow.
has a custom-built replica front bumper as the
You know,
Toyota truck
most
would have
people
had
drive
back
to
in the
work,
These
and
bumpers were discontinued back in
you know,
the
you were
90s
getting
and,
25 miles to the gallon. Maybe not all do stuff like that, but original. I knew so many people in the fishing industry that had these, and parking them near salt water to go to work all day, you know, it was kind of tough on them.
roads that we call them up here. And back when I was in high school, I used to take my Land Cruiser out and used to go four-wheeling. So I know of all these like secret spots I could take.
But Greg,
places that nobody else knows about.
yeah, I don't think they do partial, because I don't care about the paint too much. I just want shit to work and be stable, you know. Oh yeah, that's sweetie. $125,000. I think that's a pretty nice deal there. Well. He never did a 4Runner. Forerunner Turbo 86. Let's go check this one out. All right, let's get to it. Turbo, never seen one. I've seen one. I think one in Moab. And it has a luggage rack.
Load up your camping gear, your bikes, your surfboards, your.
This was an all American sport vehicle. Ain't nothing else came close to it.
Not a DeLorean. This is a first
Just like he said, camping, bicycling, there was nothing better. Great for animals. Oh yeah.
This right here is the rarest and quite possibly most desirable Toyota 4Runner ever built. This is a 1986 Toyota 4Runner Turbo. No, this is not my vehicle. The owner, Serge, was kind enough to let me borrow it for a couple days. Though, after spending some time with this unique and rare 4Runner, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I got rid of my rear
You might not
bumper.
remember that Toyota even
Traded
made a
it for
Turbo 4Runner.
tubing.
That's because it was only produced in limited quantities for 86 and 87.
Why?
And then quickly discontinued.
You go into backcountry, you'll figure out why real quick.
Back in time to the early 80s, before the 4Runner was even
From the back wheel to the bumper is way more distant than a Jeep.
In the late 70s and early 80s, Japanese trucks started to attract a following in the U.S.
Of course they
were rugged,
did.
And more importantly, they were reliable. Their rise in popularity came at a time when many American automobiles weren't exactly known for their reliability.
Fucking garbage, to
Before
tell you
SUVs
the
were even
truth.
known as SUVs, we had off-road capable trucks with removable tops like the Ford Bronco and the Chevy Blazer, and Toyota wanted in on this action. Before the 4Runner was the Toyota Trekker, a collaboration between Toyota and the RV manufacturer Winnebago. Starting its life off as a Toyota pickup, Winnebago converted them to include
I
a
didn't know
custom
that.
fiberglass rear canopy with carpeting and seats in the rear. And Toyota decided this experiment was successful enough to build something similar on their own. Enter the first generation 4Runner, also known as the Hilux Surf in other markets. Much like the Trekker that came before it, the 4Runner clearly began its life as a Toyota truck. It was quite a bit smaller, but very similar in execution to the Bronco and Blazer, with the removable top and roll bar. It was arguably more capable, and its smaller size made it easier to maneuver. And of course, that off-road ability, coupled with Toyota's reputation for reliability, paved the way for increased popularity of the 4Runner over the years. Looking at the front, you immediately recognize the capabilities of this machine. A good amount of ground clearance with factory skid plates allow you to explore just about any off-road environment. And with this one, the owner went with a mild lift and much larger tires, giving it a more aggressive look and further enhancing its off-road potential. Toyota had some amazing graphics packages on their vehicles in the 80s, especially the trucks. This one right here, this is one of my absolute favorites. Also in the 80s, it seemed like turbo badges were everywhere and they were very bold about their claims. But on the 4Runner's exterior, just a small badge right here on the back. The owner also made a few other personalizations to really make it his own. The most noticeable, other than the lift, are the Hilux Surf badges on the sides. He also added a newer 4Runner roof rack and, of course, the obligatory suction cup Garfield, a staple of 1980s car windows. Overall, this 4Runner is in fantastic shape. It was repainted back in the 90s, but still looks great. Even this front grille looks brand new. All right, let's step inside this thing. Back in 1985, John Davis from Motor Week said this about the 4Runner SR5's interior. Luxury abounds everywhere. You might wonder, on what planet is this interior luxurious? But remember, back in the mid-80s, things like power windows, a sunroof, and not having vinyl seats were actually considered a bit more upscale, especially for a truck. This may look Spartan by today's standards, but back in '86, this was pretty nice. Motor Week went on to say the 4Runner SR5 was, quote, more like a high-step Cressida than a pickup.
Yeah, sunroof I have no use for.
Opulent. High class. And just in case you forgot what was under the hood, Toyota provides you with these fantastic embroidered turbo logo seats.
Wow.
And right in the middle here, the altimeter and inclinometer make a bold statement about this SUV's abilities. This can actually be quite useful if you're climbing some steep hills, and an added bonus that it just looks awesome. The Turbo SR5 was top of the line and came with everything. Power windows, power door locks, intermittent wiper, tilt wheel, sunroof, push-button AM/FM stereo with power antenna, and yep, this one still works. But this right here in front of me, this is the crown jewel of the Turbo's interior. This super rad digital dashboard. Now, Toyota generally reserve these digital dashboards for the top trim cars. Things like if you got a top trim Cressida or if you got a top of the line Camry, you might get a digital dash for those. But for some reason, they gave this 4Runner Turbo a digital dashboard. The pickup truck of this generation that had a turbo didn't even get that, and the Land Cruiser didn't even get a digital dash. So it's pretty special that you got one in a 4Runner. So the owner of this particular 4Runner Turbo has made some personalizations. Some of them are purely functional, like this boost gauge, but some of them are purely aesthetic and fun and take you right back to 1986. We've got a period correct car phone. No, this one doesn't work, but you can feel like you were rolling in style back in 86. Of course, if it's the 1980s, you need the club to protect your car from getting stolen. Now, back in the 80s, manufacturers often place stickers on the dashboard to let you know how to engage four-wheel drive, brake your vehicle. Here's the detailed information on how to do this, so you don't even need to pop open your owner's manual. It's right here in front of you. Well, in front of the passenger. They can tell you how to do it.
You had digital dashboard?
Reminding you to avoid sudden racing.
I had one once.
Any sudden racing. Make sure that it's planned. HVAC controls are typical.
I had
Toyota
one
from this
once,
era. Very
and
simple.
it had even
It
fuel
looks really
mileage.
basic, but I wish
As you were
could
driving it,
kind
give
of
you
revert
digital
back to
display of the
something
fuel
simple like
mileage.
This just works. You can do it without even looking at it. I love it. And here's the Toyota clock that was used in just about every Toyota vehicle from the 80s. But wait, what's this? A manual transmission? Talk about burying the lead. I can see some of you die-hard 4Runner fanatics right now furiously searching Wikipedia. The 4Runner Turbo was only available with an automatic, right?
No,
yep, the
I
4Runner
don't know
Turbo
what you
only
mean.
came with a factory 4-speed auto. This one, it's been
I'm
manual
sorry.
swapped, which makes this vehicle incredibly unique and a little bit more fun to drive. Okay, getting into the rear seat isn't terrible.
It can be
I mean, it's a
difficult.
little terrible. Yeah, it's kind of terrible.
It can be difficult. My other dogs used to jump up. Buddy used to jump up on the tailgate, but he can't do that no more. So we took the seat out. I figured I'm gonna be alone up here. Might as well take the seat out, save some fuel mileage. Buddy getting in and out. I don't know what you mean. Thumbs down. What are you thumbsing down? I had a 6-cylinder.
Now it's
It
reasonably
was
comfortable
awful.
back here. You can fit two
It
adults
was
without much
absolutely
problem.
awful in the
Front
snow.
seats aren't all the way back.
I think the
And you've got this
4-cylinder
giant roll
runs
bar right
much
behind you,
better
which
in
makes
the
you feel
snow than the
relatively
6.
safe-ish, like you're not just in the bed of a pickup truck, which you kind of are.
No digital.
Having only two
No.
doors meant these weren't exactly all
No,
that
I wouldn't
practical
trade
for a
it.
family. Some of the early models didn't even have rear seats.
But that
Back
digital
then, family
readout
cars
was
were more
on
often
the center
sedans
of
and
the
wagons. A
dashboard,
vehicle like this was more suitable
under
for
the
single
radio or
people
something,
and
if I
couples,
remember.
even though they did market them with kid stuff back here. You've got some luxurious amenities back here, like these side storage pockets, which I guess you can
Yeah.
store a can of soda or a drink. Got some grab handles up here for when your driver sends it a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
Got sliding windows, and these actually slide from the front and the rear. And get this, so
Yeah.
luxurious back here, so opulent. You've got heat. The rear passengers get heat. That's a big deal. No air conditioning, just heat, high and low or off. That's it. That's all you need. Now, if you look up, you can see that they tried to make this fiberglass top look as nice as they could from the interior, but there's still quite a few exposed screws, and it kind of feels like you're riding in the back of a pickup truck with a
Nah, I
cab,
have no
which,
problem with this.
yeah, you kind of are. Now, if you're at all claustrophobic,
Oh,
you
shit
might not like it
handles,
back
right
here.
on.
I mean, the windows are nice and big, but like any two-door vehicle, you're at the mercy of the front passengers to let you out of this thing. But check this out. On the passenger door, there's
Look at
actually
that.
two
Rear
door
door,
handles. So if you're in
door
the
to
back,
open
it
the
makes it a
door
lot easier
and
to
a
open
foot
the door and get out of
press
here.
to
Very
move the
weird,
seat
very
forward.
strange, but very useful.
And a little
Sorry,
button
take
on
me
the
out of here,
back
seriously.
passenger,
So this
right there.
particular
Look at
is missing
this.
the slider pedal that moves the seat from the rear. So unfortunately, in this case, I don't have a front passenger. So in order to get out, I kind of have to reach around and try to slide the seat up from the back. This is not
No, well, mine got a little push with your foot,
crack cam.
and it slides
Getting too
forward.
old for this.
It wasn't really made for people. You know, it was a 2-passenger
Now, if
camp
you're not
van.
familiar with how to get into the cargo area of a first-gen
And,
4Runner, you might kind of feel around here and try to find a
Yeah,
switch.
how many times have people
Up or
broke
maybe
that
opens to the
thing?
side. But no, you have to remember that this is based on the Toyota pickup truck, so this is sort of a tailgate. Just insert your key, turn to the right, and then we'll pull down the
Right.
window. And when that window's all the way open, you can reach
You
back
could open
here
it from
and
the
first unlock it,
inside.
and then there's a
Somebody
handle on
bust
each
mine.
side. So it's kind of cool to actually have a tailgate.
Nice.
SUV. A lot of new SUVs don't
Nice,
have this. It's
classy,
pretty cool.
baby. You want to go watch the stars on your tailgate, smoking the reefer, got the music playing, harmonica going. What more could you want? Clinton Gore. Oh my
And
God.
hard not to notice the period accessories that the owner has included here. A bike from 1986, a Coleman cooler from 1986, even a Wilson tennis racket from, you guessed it, 1986. Then yeah, turn the key to the left, let it shut. So what about this canopy top? What goes into removing it
Absolutely
for a more
beautiful.
open-air experience? When I
It's a
first
little
saw
bit
these
of
first
work.
gens when I was a kid, I wasn't even sure the tops came off because I had never seen one removed. And the reason is likely because
Ain't
it's
nothing
kind of a
like
pain
it when
in
you're in the
ass.
desert,
the top
man.
weighs about 160 pounds. And you really
Is it
need a couple people to
160?
remove it safely.
But I've had mine removed many times. I think it's 86.
So back in the early
I had
80s,
my
when
top
Toyota
removed,
first
and
came out with the 4Runner,
there
this
was nothing
classic
like it,
vehicle
man.
wasn't as well recognized and well defined as it is today.
The cab
Even
gets you
Motorway
out of the
said that
heavy
original
sun in the
4Runner was
desert.
unusual.
But
So
boy, you
who
have
is this
beautiful
vehicle actually
vistas all
for?
around in
Toyota
the back.
positioned the 4Runner as a serious adventuring vehicle, highlighting its off-road capabilities. But even back then, they knew that many 4Runner customers were buying into the idea that they could traverse rough terrain. But in reality, many buyers rarely strayed from their paved commute.
Oh, days, months, and
But there certainly
weeks
was a faction of owners that actually
under.
took their 4Runners off-road. And word quickly spread that these machines were quite capable at getting you to remote, unpaved locations.
They
And
get you
as these
anywhere you
started to
want to
get
go.
passed on
Just
to
be
new owners,
careful.
many of them, especially
Mud
the
and
early
sand.
solid axle versions, were converted into serious rock-crawling machines. Make no mistake, this drives just like a pickup truck from the early 80s. And if you're not quite familiar with what that means compared to modern SUVs,
No, I disagree with him. I think it rides a little bit softer than the pickups.
Even on pavement, it's quite bouncy, the steering is slow and somewhat vague, and there is a lot of body roll in the turns. Which makes a lot of sense when you're off-roading, but not so much when you're just trying to commute to work. Now, none of that is a complaint. You just have to remember to reset your
No,
expectations.
because the body roll, they did put a sway bar in the back, an optional sway bar.
But what these first-gen 4Runners lack in road manners, they more than make up for it in off-road capability. Now, the base motor for the first-gen 4Runners is the 22R, one of the most reliable engines that Toyota has ever made. But it certainly struggled to motivate the vehicle with any sense of urgency. The biggest complaint about the early 4Runners was that they were incredibly slow. If you didn't have the turbo in 86, the naturally aspirated 22R 2.4-liter four-cylinder
enjoying the
made
video.
a whopping 112 horsepower.
112 out of the box. A 160 would have been
I'm pretty sure I've
perfect.
seen Glaciers move faster than a naturally
160. I mean, I climbed up the Wasatch, man. That thing was right to the floor in third gear. When we came up to look at the chemtrails. Another big steep climb was
power increased to 135 horsepower and 173 pound-feet.
that's all.
It doesn't seem like a lot more, but it actually makes a pretty big difference. I actually
old
love
dirt
this
trails
motor. I own a
on
few Toyota
the
trucks
way
with
to
the now
Rattlesnake
iconic
Lake
22R motor. And I gotta say, I think all
Bend.
22Rs should be turbocharged. This thing
I
is
think it was
lovely.
almost
I said it,
30
it's
miles
lovely.
east
Now, on this
of
particular 4Runner, the
Seattle.
owner refreshed the entire top end of the
Great
motor
fishing
and
and
made some
beauty.
improvements over the original. It has larger injectors as well as a throttle body from a Supra, so it likely has slightly better performance over the stock equipment.
No, I think the way to go with this would be turbo intercooled diesel and get you 110 horsepower, about 300 pounds of torque.
Get out of its own way.
I mean, it ain't slow. I mean, it's by far not slow, but when we came up Wolf Pass in Colorado, man, that thing was right to the floor. And I couldn't pop another gear going up. There was no way. But the climb out of Wyoming was another one. That was just a few more horsepower, another 30 horsepower would be dynamite.
So all first-gen 4Runners came with four-wheel drive, but we didn't have any fancy push-button systems like you find on modern vehicles. Everything was old school. You have to stop to go from two-wheel drive to four and back again. And
no, you can fly. You can change into low. You can change into four-wheel drive and two-wheel drive. What you can't do is you got to stop to go into low.
You might remember some commercials from back in the 80s showing people getting all muddy because they had to get out and manually lock their hubs. That was seen as a negative. But in reality, manual locking hubs are simple and usually quite reliable.
They are excellent.
So 84
and I'll tell you why, because you can unlock your hubs and put it in low range two-wheel drive. I did a lot of driving
comfort
on dirt
handling,
roads like
and that
that.
wider track meant
The only
more
thing I'd
space
like to
in the
add
engine
to
bay for this
that too
awesome
would be a
turbo motor.
throttle.
And it paved way for the V6 that would
Really,
come later.
really nice
But
to
even
have
though
a
these
throttle where I
independent
can run
suspension
like
Forerunners
1500
ride slightly better from the
RPMs or
all-axle
16.
versions, don't
That
expect
would be
them
really
to ride
nice.
like a modern SUV. These clearly still ride like a 1980s.
Yeah, I mean, they bitch about having to get out and change the hubs. Well, if you know you're going into bad shit, lock your hubs. And they're more fuel efficient than these auto lock shit. How many times has the at Matt's Off-Road Recovery? At least 3 times, I think. He had to go pull people out of there with the new pieces of shit that had electronic locking hubs, and they wouldn't lock, especially Ford. Yeah, you need about 30 more horsepower would be really nice.
31 diesel truck giveaways later, and this one just might be my favorite yet.
I mean, why would you want a big beastie shit like that thing? I mean, I don't understand it. You're not towing anything.
Plus this exact $5,000 in cash.
That's what I think of you, 5,000. If you bitching about that, you don't need a Toyota. I agree with you. I mean, you get by, but I think another 30 horsepower would have been nice.
How is this possible? Some sources estimate that as few as 2,000 turbo Forerunners were ever built. Why were so few of these things
But
sold?
you know, what's the rating on a 2020 4-cylinder? They're about 160, ain't they?
Expensive than a lot of the competition at the time. A base 86 4Runner started at just over $11,000, and the Turbo SR5 came in at over $16,000. Clearly, the Turbo 4Runner was encroaching on Land Cruiser territory, and that Land Cruiser with its 4 doors was a lot more practical. So maybe the 4Runner Turbo was a flop because it was too expensive, or maybe Toyota had only planned on building a small number of them as a stopgap measure while they developed the V6.
I think it was a specialized bunch of
that amounts to
people,
significant
you know,
rarity
single,
values.
got a
It's interesting
dog,
that something
got a
that
bike,
could have
got a
been defined
kayak,
as a failure back in the day
surfing.
has turned out to be one of the most desirable Forerunners
I
ever
still think
made.
they should have built them the same size and
Okay,
kept
let's
them
say
that
you
way.
want to buy a 4Runner Turbo. Good luck finding one. This one right behind me is probably only the second one I've ever seen in person in my life. But they do come up for sale every once in a while. Given the rarity and uniqueness of the Turbo, they will command a premium over the naturally aspirated versions.
Yeah, you don't do that. Go to
In
diesel.
today's world of mostly soft SUVs and crossovers, spending time in an honest-to-goodness off-road machine, one with a turbo no less, is refreshing. Yes, you have to dial your brain back to 1986 when the idea of luxury was actually having cup holders. And no, this does not have cup holders.
No,
But this
it's
vehicle
one of the
truly gives you the
downfalls. It
urge
does
to
not have
explore
cup
the
holders.
outdoors, to go where you've never gone before, to find a path that will actually
That
be
one
a
thing I
challenge.
really could have
Can a
used.
car
All that
actually push you
traveling
to
I
get
did and no
outside,
cup
to
holder
enjoy
for my
wilderness, to
coffee.
experience nature? I think this one can, and the Turbo just makes it a whole lot more fun getting there. When you absolutely need to get somewhere and you don't plan on any terrain getting in your way, pack your bags, throw your bike in the back, the surfboard's on top, and just drive. And with this Turbo, know that you have a strange, obscure piece of Toyota history.
Really nice shape. I had
What do you think of this first?
I had some missing lug nut caps, right? The little plastic caps. When we came here, I had some fucking asshole, inbred, because I had missing caps. He took the fucking caps off. I'm like, you dirty fucking son of a bitch. Those are very important, by the way. Some inbred fucking registered SAE mechanic decides to take it upon himself and pull the rest of the caps off. Fucking asshole. I was so fucking fumed. Just a little thing, you know, to help life out, driving the old buggy.
That's it for today. Thanks so much for watching. See you soon.
The little plastic caps, I think they did a good job with them, but they're really important to keep the shit out of there, you know, like rust and and stuff. What an asshole. And I really cherished them and actually kept up with them. Catherine's working on a fire right now, live. How much? Just for shits and giggles, he says 212. For a cylinder. Tacoma. I think it's like 168, I think. 159. This is a 2-liter 4-cylinder. I think I'd go with diesel before I went with that. Like I said, you get your 110 horsepower. Oh yeah. Well, one more thing to break down, I did have the heads for this. I had a whole bunch of shit, man. People were throwing them away left and right back in the day. I had everything: blocks, cranks, transmissions, wiring harnesses. I had a whole bunch of shit when I went out west. I couldn't take all that shit with me. But we had everything to last us a lifetime by nothing. I mean everything. Spare lug nuts, everything. Anyway, Catherine's going live. McKinney fire. I guess there's a big fire blowing up right now. Not far from Reading. But I think the mindset of people were a little bit different back then, when you bought your new Toyota, it was like you weren't like trying to compete with the neighbors because most of them are brain dead TV watching assholes anyway, and they go buy these behemoth pieces of shit. And what do? They drive to work by themselves, I see you here all the time. Big behemoths, Suburbans, Cadillacs, one person in it. I mean, I'm not criticizing here. I don't want to get that. I'm all about 30 acres, 30,000. Thank you. To have that turbo. Well, personally, like I said, I just think the way to go is they got an L4, I think it's called an L4 in every country, but this goddamn shithole, the fucking EPA won't let it in. But that's a Majestic motor from what I heard. I think it's called the L4, 4-cylinder turbo intercooled diesel. That goddamn bald-headed wasp is back again. He's hanging out. He's scaring me. The fucking EPA, man. I didn't like that shit when I was learning about it in school either. It made pollutant, but they're doing double and triple the work. Get away from me, man. I don't know what your problem is. Second day you come to visit me, and I'm not a friend of yours, that's for sure. It'd be really nice, to do that as an experiment. Put that motor in there and modify a few other things and aerodynamic little bit of aerodynamic work on it and see what you get on the highway. I bet you pull 65 miles, 60, 68, 70 miles a gallon, at 70 mile an hour. Oh, is Dawn still here? You want to see Moringa Dawn? Are you still in here? And, you know, maybe we'll have an opportunity one day. I always, you know, gee willikers, I went for a walk last night with Bud. And man, this is good. Something's got to break here. Moringa. The other one there, hibiscus. You see that all right? Yeah, they were. It was crystal clear here last night. It was unbelievable. I hadn't seen the sky that clear in a long time. The Milky Way was very visible. Evacuations and Eureka. Oh no shit, man! I'll tell you, that place was scary. Me and Rube went there. We spent like 3 nights there. That was scary. It was scary just for the simple fact there was only one way in and out of this place, and if you had a no hibiscus. Yeah, I think that might have been. I don't know. I'd have to look at a map. Is that what it is? The Klamath National Forest. So we go in there. This friggin' bald-headed wolf. Leave me alone, man. I'm gonna kill you. Son of a bitch. This fucker will put me in the hospital. Won't leave me alone. Fuck off now. We'll find some girlfriend. As you can see, we ain't got much trailing today. But what was scary about it? Well, first of all, there was me, this old guy with his young girlfriend. Man, they got along so well. I mean, she had to have been 30 years younger than him, 40 years younger than him. And they had this little small camper. They were happy people. Then there was this nut in there. And the guy wanted me to show me his gold. I said, I don't want to see your gold, dude. Stay the fuck away from me. Give me shit about selling my fucking tires or some shit. I said, get the fuck away from me and stay away from me. So anyways, one morning I decide there's a river there. It might be called the Wairika River. I don't know. And on the other side was a dirt trail. And I wanted to go take a walk. So we go out, and it was like kind of horseshoe shaped campground, and they were on the right side of it, camp there. And so they invited me for coffee and breakfast. It was really nice, very nice, really, really nice, sweet young lady. And the old man was really cool. And he says, so where are you off to? I said, I think I'm going to walk up that road. He says, well, you don't go past the mule bridge. I said, what the hell is a mule bridge? I said, it's a small bridge up there. Don't go past there. I said, why not? They're growing reefer. So we went walking somewhere else. Anyways, in the morning, this white Ford pickup truck went in there. I'm not shitting you guys. And by noontime, the white pickup truck came back out of there. We were sitting there having coffee, and she came out of there. That friggin' thing was like 5 feet high in the bed with a big blue tarp over. All you could smell was a reefer. That was a golden triangle. But that other fucking clown was nuts, man. Nuts. Nuts. Yeah. So how do you like that, Dawn? How's it looking? Did you get a look at it? I just transplanted it yesterday. I got to do maybe rosemary today, but I'm really hurting. It might just be a fuck off day. Watch the Hungarian Grand Prix. Oh, thank you. That's the last seed. I don't think I got any more. Get out of here. Man, that bald-headed wasp must like me. Oh. Anyways, happy Joy everyone. Oh. Well, moringas, I could go get moringas if you wanted me to, but really, kind of. I don't know, we walked maybe 100 yards and that was it, man. I was like, this can't keep going on, man. I'm going to get all my wildest dreams in the world. We're going to take Buddy back to his home territory. A nasty, white looking face. Yep, that's what I got one here. I got bit once in Tiverton, mushroom hunt. It bit me on my knuckle. My arm looked like Popeye. We were all stoned, and it almost looked like the fucking forearm was going to explode, bust open. It was so swollen. Anyway. Yeah, your bees? I always laugh about that, and it's worthy. I'm like, Dawn's got bees. I ain't got no bees in my hive. And she's made a nice feeder. Well, I got bees. I shouldn't say that. I just can't get a colony to move into that beehive, and I'm not going to go buy them. I was told already, with your limited income, even if you saved up to buy $200 bees, you put them in that box, they could be gone the next day. They can drop dead the next day. No guarantee whatsoever. We got some Jimmy Dore here. Biden now wants to help people he put in prison. This terrorist son of a bitch, I don't know how this country ever going to keep saying they're a free country with scum shit like this communist. And you know better than the other side of the aisle, I'll tell you. What an asshole. I remember him screaming on the Senate floor once about putting federal locking up jaywalkers, Hawkeye. Federally. So if a popo caught you, they're going to charge you with federal jaywalking. All this labeling shit that they done in this crime bill, they're the same communist Republicans that went along with this shit. Yeah, I'm not shitting you. Let's go see what Stephanie's got over in her territory. This is sad, been pretty sad with all her chemtrails. This guy's nothing but an asshole. Well, the other asshole didn't lock her up. That's why we're going through what we're going through now. Making more hummingbird nectar. 24 hummingbirds this year. I have none. No, I see one that shows up every now and then.
It is 7:30 in the morning. And it's looking at the sun, believe it or not.
Look at the lines in this shit.
It's 75 degrees.
On chemtrails and that. Frequencies.
It's still looking east, but I'm just going up. Then on around. Kind of weird looking.
Oh, chemtrail right there. Look at that shit. Yeah, don't look up, folks. Keep your eyes on your cell phone.
I just think we're so stupid. This is on around.
I don't care. We can sit here and pray again if you want, Bubba. You want to start us off with a prayer? To whoever you were praying to, whoever your God is, let's bow our heads for a minute and put out a real deep prayer that something happens to the aircraft in this world and shuts them down completely. They can't figure out why the jet engines won't run. I'm not talking about crashing anything or killing anyone. Just shut them down till you can fucking fix your exhaust. That'd be cool, man. Do another 9/11. Do whatever you got to do, but shut the fuckers down. They came after Russell Brand's channel. I don't know if you guys heard that. Russell Brand got zipped up by YouTube. What else we got here? Robbed on the air. Live stream pizza robbed the $1 million. Jimmy Dore, you want to go watch this? Fantastic night in Minneapolis. Roger Waters. We'll probably get a copyright, but let's go watch this. He's got some young people. All right, let me get out of here. Let's go grab that Jimmy Dore, see what this is about.
After 50 years, the Supreme Court has stripped women of the
No more planes.
That's why
Just shut them down.
to protect abortion access and the right to choose. So women can make
Prayers are free. However, it is $49.95 for a confession. Yeah.
This is a funny story to me. There's a flashy New York bishop. So I always think it's funny when people who are a man of God adorn themselves like that.
Like how Jesus did.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Jesus
Well,
did.
you know, in this hokey pokey world, this guy's got $1 million worth of jewelry on. It's because God loves him. And if you ain't rich, you ain't got
Didn't they
God's
travel at
love.
night because they
TV
have
advantages thinking.
shoes or something, and the ground was too hot, or I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
What was Sam Kinison had a joke about that? Oh, that
Oh,
Jesus
I
was
don't
so poor he couldn't even afford shoes. And I don't know. But it's just funny to see. But there's mostly it's televangelists. But it's, you know, the Catholic Church. I mean, I'm sure the Pope shits on a gold toilet. I'm sure he eats. I'm sure he does. I would love to see the Pope's toilet. I bet it looks just like Trump's. Right? Anyway. So yeah, religious people are often
Narrowly
scammy. And this
passed
guy,
abortion
look what
ban.
This guy happened. So he got robbed of $1 million in jewelry while he was doing a sermon. So the guy's wearing $1 million in jewelry.
Oh, it was on him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let's
When you say $1 million in jewelry, I thought it was in a display case.
I'm pretty sure known for
Flamboyant.
his flamboyant lifestyle was robbed of more than $1 million in jewelry during a live stream sermon in the city of New York. Why would they say in the city of New York? Why wouldn't they say New York City? Why would they say in the city? In the city of New York. In the state of New York. New York State. Lamar Whitehead, he's 44 years old. He's vowed that the culprits won't get away with it. Just like Jesus. Among the the items taken from the flashy Rolls-Royce driving clergyman were Rolexes, diamonds, and emeralds. In the video, Mr. Whitehead is heard asking, how many of you had lost your faith because you saw somebody else die? Moments before several black-clad gunmen entered the church.
I lost my faith because I saw my preacher get robbed on a live sermon.
Let's watch this.
How many of you have lost your faith because you saw somebody else die?
Look at him.
I think this is bullshit. I'm calling it out to be bullshit.
Right.
No way.
Bullshit. I'm calling it out to be
Police
bullshit.
said they received a report that 3 out of the church removed more than $1 million in jewelry from Pastor Lamar Myler
Just
Whitehead.
notice what he was talking about before they entered. This is a scamming motherfucker, man.
I told everybody.
And now what he'll do is he'll give them the ones that accomplish the jewelry to go sell, and he'll just call an insurance company.
Bishop's ring.
He's wearing his karate outfit now.
My wedding band. I took off my bishop's chain, and then I had chains underneath.
My bishop's chain.
And start tapping my neck to see if anything else. So that means they knew. They watched and they knew that I have other jewelry.
The bishop, known for his Instagram for wearing designer outfits and extravagant jewelry, says he founded Leaders of Tomorrow Ministry in 2013.
I know a lot of people on the city.
Don't make me president. These motherfuckers be paying taxes. Every one of them.
It's my prerogative.
Yeah, I think it's staged.
His bio also
I think
says
it's
he was
staged
adopted
because
as
if
a
you go
mentee
look at what his
by
sermon
Denver
was,
The bishop reported there were
I don't
about
want to
20 to
rewind
25
it.
congregants present at the time. That's all. I didn't get down on the ground.
And insurance will take care of it.
Did they not have nice stuff to take?
So there you go. Following the robbery, the New York police reported that the items taken from him and his wife included $75,000 Rolex and Cavalier watches. So if you give that guy money, he goes and takes it and buys a watch.
There's some psychological thing where people that are going to be into that, like.
Yeah, remember Tammy and Faye Baker and all that bullshit? Joel Osteen, that motherfucker. The one that looks like Frankenstein. Somebody help me. What's the one that looks like Frankenstein? I watched him about 5 years ago on YouTube whining that he needed 6 Learjets wasn't enough. He needed the 7.
What was his name? He has a very catchy name, and I can't remember it. But he was charged with the scandal that he stayed at the nicest hotel or something when he went to Washington, D.C. And he defended himself by saying, I'm not going to let the governor of the great state of Texas is going to stay at the nicest hotel. I mean, it was something like that. The people who were the men who represented.
Nobody knows who I'm talking about. We should go find that video. I was like sitting here, you fucking scumbag. And you dumbass people fucking giving this clown money
This guy,
so he can go get children.
Rolex and Cavalier
No.
watches, a $25,000 Episcopal ruby, and a diamond ring, and a $25,000 pair of earrings,
No.
and his wedding band.
Pat Robinson? No.
If there was ever a guy who deserved
The other
to
one,
have
he's
his
from
jewelry
Texas. He
stolen
looks
from him,
like Frankenstein.
it would be this guy. I'm not saying he does. I'm saying
He
if
was
there
on
was
here
ever.
bitching about
Here's
how
what
he
I'm
needed
saying.
7
If Jesus had been there in
Learjets
person, he would have stolen that guy jewelry from him.
so he could bring more children in from Somalia camps.
Even Jesus would have taken that guy's jewelry off him.
You know, the Clintons go in there and they get professional people. They get the little boy, little girl. We'll give the mother $50. They're never going to see $50 in their lifetime. So we're going to take your kid and bring him to America and school him and all this other shit. Yet they turn him into Jerry Epstein Boulevard
Jesus Christ. It's so
and
amazing.
other places.
And why people follow them, people are desperate. That's why.
Are you still here, Bubba?
People are desperate, and they need something and someone to believe in, and there you go. That's why they watch Benny Hinn and all those you watch televangelists. I mean, they're still very popular.
Because it's also an ASMR kind of thing with this. I used to watch them obsessively because I like to see their moves of how they. Like,
Yeah, I
work the
used to
audience,
watch some of them.
So if you ever watch Marjo, that old
shaking my
documentary
head
about
like
that
this.
Steve Martin, when he made not My Blue Heaven, he made a movie called Leap of Faith that was based on Marjo. Marjo was saying how he got moves from Mick Jagger, and it's basically a bunch of old ladies were coming to see him because they wanted to see somebody do like those like rock and roll moves, but not rock music. They wanted to see like the charisma and the the trance and all this stuff. To see a guy dressing like a genie, I guess.
Come see our stand-up comedy. We'll be in Los Angeles, Bakersfield, Indianapolis, Louisville, Cincinnati, Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Detroit, lots more. Go to jimmydorcomedy.com for a link for all our
Needs another jet.
Have you spent any time around biological wolves?
Yes.
That sounds dangerous also. What context?
So I was a volunteer with the preserve, and I've also visited many wolf.
Is this Annette?
Are you able
Or
to
she got a vagina?
with the wolves?
Am I going to have a conversation with the wolf in the way that I'm?
This guy.
So there's this insane phenomenon called the
I don't like these fucking TYT. They did a very good job during Standing Rock, but they turned ugly.
But first, before I read the scripture, Amos chapter 6, Brother Copeland, I was flying home from
Copeland.
and I had come out of a glorious meeting. I had just finished, me and Creflo Dollar were preaching. Had a glorious meeting. So I was, for lack of a better way to say it, I was spiritually high. People were saved, touched, and blessed.
You want to call that number?
God so graciously gave us. We're flying home. As I was going home, the Lord ripped the plane that God so graciously gave us. We're flying home.
Let's see if we can get prayer. Who wants to get prayed on? I'm going to offer him what? About $4 million. Pat Robbins says, no, this guy's, I call him Frankenstein. Let's see where this takes us.
Hello, and thank you for calling Jesse Duplantis Ministries. If you would like to order products or give a donation, you can contact us anytime at jdm.org or press 402 now. If you would like to request prayer, you can contact us anytime at jdm.org or call during our regular office hours of Monday through Thursday from 9 a.m. to 5
Monday through
p.m.
Thursday. What about Sunday? I need a prayer now.
Extension of the party you are trying to reach, you may dial it now. If any additional assistance is needed, please dial 119 now and leave your name and number, and we will return your call during our regular business hours.
119.
Beth, Kathy, and the JDM staff appreciate you and pray for God's blessings on your life. Hello, and thank you for calling Jesse Duplantis Ministries.
Why I got to dial 119? It's opposite of 911.
As I was
Interesting.
going home, the Lord real quickly
666.
do you like your plane? I thought that's an odd
When I'm driving down the road in my old Toyota, the Lord talks to me and says, "You like it, Forerunner? Yeah.
I didn't know how to handle it.
Want an upgrade? Yeah. Well, we'll get it rebuilt for you. Don't worry about nothing. Round up."
I literally unbuckled my seatbelt.
The Lord told me. Now send me $49.95, or you will go to hell this week.
He went back to flying. I said, Lord, I don't think I was letting my face stand.
You know,
He said, so this is all I
word
can ever
Lord is blasphemy.
I said, you're trying to tell me something. He said, go to the book of Amos.
I did.
So if you're at the book of Amos, I want to read the scripture. Yes, sir. You couldn't have done that on an airline. No, sir. No way. Stand up and say, "What'd you say, Lord?" Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. And the guy sitting over there said, "What the hell does he think he's doing? He can't do that." No. This is so important. And those of you that are just now coming into these things, in the first place, Jesse and I and others, Keith Moore and Creflo and all of us, the world is in such a shape. We can't get there without this. That's right. We've got to have this. We would have the mess that the airlines are in today. I would have to stop. I'm being very concerned. At least 75 to 80, more like 90% of what we're doing, because you can't get there from here. It's impossible. So and this was such a good.
Is this the one where he's trying to get a new aircraft? Why don't you do that, Hawkeye? Why don't you get into this shit?
When I was flying for Oral Roberts, the brother Deweese, my boss on the airplane, he said, "Now, Kenneth, this is sanctuary. It protects the anointing on Brother Roberts." And he said, "You keep your mouth shut. Don't talk to him unless he talks, because when he's on a meeting, he doesn't talk to anybody but God." Now, Oral used to fly airlines, right? But even back then, man, it got to the place where it was.
No, it was one a little more simple. Copeland. Full interview, preacher Kenneth Copeland. Lavish lifestyle. Goes ballistic when asked about private jets. Let's see if it was in this one. Why don't you do that, man? The Canadian Ministry of Hawkeye.
So apparently there's this said. You're Kenneth Copeland.
Isn't it true that you want to fly commercial so that you can fly in luxury? How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business, but...
Isn't it the business of your donors?
Listen, I paid. You kind of caught me off guard, you know. Thank you, Lord, help me. Let me pray.
Well, let me just ask you a really simple question. A lot of people think it's unbecoming for a preacher to live a life of luxury and to fly around in private jets. What's that?
Very simple. It takes a lot of money to do what we do. Without the airplane that we have that I bought from Tyler Perry, and I didn't pay anywhere near. Tyler's one of the greatest guys. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
Well, my question then, okay, all right, but I want to get to the demons, because people are very concerned about that.
Your chance here inside the vision. I love your eyes.
Again, getting back to the comment. You said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
Can you explain what you meant by that term?
The chick is impervious to that.
You said you didn't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. What did you mean? You think that people that fly commercial are demons?
He leeches all people to get his dollars. Even said the reason he bought a private plane was because God told him that first class wasn't good enough. I heard that. That's the one I'm looking for.
Get pushed in alcohol. Do you think that's a good place for a preacher to be and prepare to go preach to a lot of people? When somebody in there is dragging some woman down an aisle, it made me so mad to see that on television. I wanted to punch a guy out myself. I can't be doing that while I'm getting ready to preach.
You know, some people say we need to take people's gun rights away because they're unstable.
To those critics that say that a preacher should not.
Yeah, we don't want the government doing that to anybody, but this is fucking scary, man.
They're wrong.
And you killed David Koresh?
Bible also says that it's more difficult for a rich man to get into heaven.
Look
than
at
it
his
is for a
reptilian
camel to
eyes,
get
too,
through
by
eye
the
of
way.
needle, correct?
That's the scripture. But he said, all things are possible with God.
Boom! There you go.
Owned.
I love it when he goes, imagine it now, right, baby. He's calling her baby.
On the
like,
Majority
that's
Report. We
Oh my
should
God.
sub to them.
That is so creepy.
How many,
What, is he from
How
Texas?
like, inappropriate, like,
I'm surprised he didn't tell that lady to stand back. She
shut her
was
up.
I mean,
too
aside
close to
from
his
just the horror
highness.
that those type of people are, just broadly
You
speaking.
you see that?
How many
I mean, look at this boy's eyes, man.
people are?
I'm going to punch a guy off myself. I can't be doing
The eyes are the windows to the soul. We should call one of them up to get. How about I'm gonna call Joel Osteen for a quick prayer. What time is it? I'll go. I'll go if you guys want to go. Somebody go look that up real quick. Give me Joel Osteen's prayer line, and we'll try to get a prayer for everybody.
If you are currently insured and drive less than 50 miles per day, you can get massive discounts on car insurance. The government is fighting back against insurance companies. FastQuote is
I couldn't see myself sitting across from this chick.
in your state. Rest assured, if you've already purchased your car insurance policy, you can very easily cancel,
With her.
and the balance will be refunded to you. So, if you're currently
They're trying to have dinner and a
drive
conversation. Never mind boning her.
click learn more to get car
It's
insurance
getting really weird.
Louisiana
It's all right.
televangelist is asking his followers for donations to
See,
buy
this
a
made CBS
$4 million
News.
private jet. Jesse Duplantis runs a church outside New Orleans and also reaches out.
New Orleans, one of the most impoverished places in this country.
Watch his sermons online and follow his ministry's Facebook page. He is the second prominent televangelist this year to preach the virtues of a private plane. Tony DeCoppel is here with why Duplantis insists he needs the jet. Tony, good morning.
Good morning. It's a good question because the ministry already has a jet. Okay, it had 3, in fact, but Duplantis
I need
says
a
he
jet.
needs a new one to be able to go anywhere around the world in a single stop in order to spread the gospel to as many people as possible.
Thank you, Bubba.
We want that 7X we're believing God for.
Now I need the rest of you guys. I don't want nobody's in here refreshed.
Jesse Duplantis says God told him he needed a Falcon 7X jet.
And if Jesus was physically on the earth today, he wouldn't be riding a donkey. Think about that for a minute. He'd be in an airplane preaching the gospel all over the world.
Reaction to this multi-million-dollar request has been mixed on the ministry's Facebook page. One person wrote,
Yeah, but I
ashamed
need
I never
something.
listened to a word you had to
I
say.
need some
Another
substance. What are we
posted,
going to
I believe
ask for the
Pastor
prayer
Jesse will
for?
have his plane, and that is the way God has
Cure my
planned.
leg issue.
Duplantis is not the first minister to preach the
How
gospel
about
of private flying.
If I want to believe God for a $65 million plane, you cannot stop me.
In
How about getting a
2015,
new,
Creflo Dollar asked
stove?
his suburban Atlanta
Yeah.
congregation for a
Oh,
new
ask for a
Gulfstream
new
G650. His ministry settled for a used one.
She said, "Sure, you'll get your new cold
In this
stove.
past
Jesus is
January,
going to give you a new
Texas-based
cold stove.
televangelist
Just
Kenneth
send
Copeland announced the blessing
$49.95.
of a new multi-million-dollar
We'll
Gulfstream
get
5.
that
Copeland and Duplantis both
prayer
defended using
certified.
private jets in 2015.
The world is in such a shape, we can't get there without them. Sunday morning, I was in Boston, Massachusetts. Monday, I was in New Orleans.
We need a little
Tuesday, I was in
something to eat.
Chicago.
So
Lord
I'm
says,
gonna make a
how
half
we treat
sandwich
the
here.
poor is how
And
we're
then
going
we'll
to be
hold
judged.
Joel.
Jim
You guys
Wallace
do
is the
some
founder of
painting.
Sojourners, a prominent
Nobody's
Christian
seen
community.
Joel.
Stories of pastors and private
Joel's been
jets
missing.
are not the best way of
I
exemplifying
was hoping to
what
talk
we
with
mean
her.
by following Jesus.
I sent her
We
an
don't know
email.
how
She
much
said,
Jesse
"Never
Duplantis'
broke me
ministry has
back."
raised so far, and we were unable to reach him or anyone at his ministry for comment. Duplantis says that the
What are you
3
looking
planes
at,
they
you
own
handsome,
have been purchased
big
cash,
swimming
and he hopes
dog?
to do the same with this one. If you're going to buy a private plane, I think cash purchases is the way to go.
Wow, is there any other way, Tony DeCoppel? I applaud you for doing that story with a straight face.
Did I? I don't think I did.
Because it's
sound like the minister said I would like one, or could you help me out?
What should
Said
you
I
pray
need
about?
one.
He acknowledges some people don't believe preachers should
My
have a private
addiction
jet.
to the marijuana.
All outlets.
All right.
Well, Jesus said to his disciples, don't even take a second
So
tunic.
addicted to
So
this
he didn't even get to
marijuana.
private.
We'll see how this turns out.
Well, they had to pull that
What
one
do I
off.
want?
I'm a little groggy
I
today.
want to know
No
myself.
sleep.
And BetterHelp makes that possible. BetterHelp is an online therapy platform with a network of over 25,000 licensed therapists, making it easy to find a therapist that will meet you right where you are.
What are we
All
praying
you have to
for?
do is fill out a
Jill
quick
was on one
questionnaire
of
to tell them a
my
little bit about
live
yourself.
last week.
What issues
Trying
are
to
you
become
going
a $1
through?
million
And what do you want
preacher.
in a therapist?
I
Every
missed
question
that.
helps the
And I said
platform
Jill
connect you with
adored.
a licensed
Yeah, I
therapist
stopped
that
and
can
gave you
meet your
thumbs up.
individual needs. And the privacy that BetterHelp offers
Oh
is
yeah. You get that hairdo into a poofy. What else you want to see? More TV evangelists. Here's another one. Damn, we're doing something wrong, boy. And CBS is covering this one too.
The finances of a church led by a popular televangelist are under close scrutiny.
You know,
this
they
morning.
killed
It comes as Pastor Creflo Dollar
80
asks
men,
his
women,
followers
and
to buy
children.
him a $65 million private jet. Mark Strassman is outside the World Changers Church International in College Park, Georgia. Mark, good morning.
Good morning. This church behind me is like any house of worship. It is nonprofit and tax exempt, but it is all highly controversial. Most recently, when the pastor asked the faithful to help him travel the world in style.
Dream for the best house. Dream for the best car.
He's a pastor named Dollar who preaches the prosperity gospel. The more you give, the more you shall receive.
Just cause the world don't have it, don't mean you can't have it.
Creflo Dollar's sermons pack his 8,500-seat megachurch. His ministry has prospered with satellite churches in at least a dozen states and hundreds of thousands of online followers.
I am the resurrection.
Dollar owns this multi-million-dollar mansion and condo. In March, his website asked the faithful to help him buy something else.
To give contributions of $300 or more.
A $65 million Gulfstream G650 jet, the top of the line in luxury air travel. One church member, Mary Jones, plans on answering the pastor's call, even though she rides the bus 20 miles every Sunday to Dollar's church.
We support our pastor. That's what we're here for. The work that he's doing, where the Lord have him traveling, he doesn't need a cheap airplane. He needs the best.
But Dollar later took down the video after the jet request was criticized. Former member Shamora Barnard was disgusted.
What's Pastor Dollar's prosperity gospel really all about?
What is it all about? It's about feeding him. It's about him eating. I'm going to tell you whatever I need to tell you to get you to put money in my pocket.
This isn't the first time Dollar's church has been under scrutiny. In 2007, the U.S. Senate Finance Committee investigated Dollar and 5 other televangelists for possible tax abuse. Investigators labeled Dollar as the least cooperative. But in 2011, the Senate abandoned its investigation. Critics claimed under pressure from church groups. We wanted to talk to Pastor Dollar.
Open up your billfold, send $49.95.
A representative for the church sent us a statement which read in part, quote, all of the ministry's revenues go to charity and or ministry with the exception of the salaries and benefits
Pass the
of
plate.
400 employees ministry-wide. Dollar also responded to his critics during a sermon.
I don't know, man. Let's go get this 800 number and get Joel Osteen. What are we going to pray for? You guys aren't listening again. I'm going to send you all to a confession. That'll be my new name, Pastor Dollar Bill. All right. You're the one came up with it. Just give me a minute here. What do you think of that? Past the radical dollar bill. No, I don't want to do that. Them guys make you sick. Well, you hear this refresh. It says nobody's in the room again. Hey, you want to hear something real wild? You know that guy I watched that goes to Africa? He's in Rhodesia, right? He gets in a car. It's a Toyota. Guess what? I'm not shitting you guys. The friggin' steering wheel did not have an airbag in it. It's a regular steering wheel. So there you go. Well, I'm going with the chemtrail. Maybe next time, or you could give them a call. Just give me a second here. All right. Where we going here? All right. That's 7, 1, 3. By insect.
Thank you for calling Lakewood Church. This call may be recorded for training purposes. My name is Susan Carpenter. Are you calling for prayer today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd be happy to take your prayer request so our prayer team can pray over your needs. But first, to better serve you, may I please have the spelling of your first and last name?
Roger Waters. R-O-G-E-R. Waters. W-A-T-E-R-S.
Thank you. R. Last name was W-A-T-E-R-S.
Right.
And what would you like us to pray over?
I had a vision last night that these chemtrails, these lines in the sky, are going to get us all killed. I don't know where you are, but I know up here in the northeast, We get hammered with chemtrails every day. It's blocking my sunshine. My garden isn't growing. I prayed and prayed and prayed. No. All I can think of is, crying won't help you. Praying will do you no good. I've been praying for a long time. It ain't working.
I understand, and I have your prayer request down. Thank you for sharing that with me today. Would you like to provide a cell phone number to receive ministry updates?
No, I had to get rid of my cell phone. My cell phone where I live is quite rural here. And every day there's chemtrails, lines in the sky. My cell phone wouldn't work, so I had to get rid of it. I'm borrowing my neighbor's phone right here.
I understand, and thank you so much for your prayer request. We will make sure that your needs are prayed for by our prayer team. And we also wanted to let you know that we have a free downloadable resource to help you in your time of need. To receive it, all I need is your email address. Would you like to share that today?
I don't have an email address, ma'am. I try to tell you I'm kind of country boy, but do you ever look up and see these aircraft go by and leave a line, and then the line gets bigger and bigger and bigger?
I understand, and that's okay that you don't have an email address.
No, I mean, what about, do you look up and never see the lines in the sky? Yeah. See, I don't think this is going to work, man. I'll be honest with you. I can't even get a straight phone connection without being interrupted, And these people in this country are smoking the devil's weed, and the devil's getting more powerful with all this weed smoking.
I understand. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Not really. I mean, pray for my garden.
For your garden?
Well, I can't have my garden without the lines stopping in the sky.
All right, I went ahead and added that to your prayer request for you, and I'll get that over to our prayer team. And thank you so much for calling Lakewood Church. I hope that you have a blessed day.
Oh, thank you, and right back at you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You think that was AI? You think some way or some another? Because just like you said, I noticed that too. Before I even looked at the machine, I noticed that too. And I said, I understand. Could be. I think that was AI. Because when I asked her, do you look up at the sky? She couldn't answer that. I can call Frito-Lay right now and tell them for some reason I eat munchie chips every time there's chemtrails in the sky, ma'am. Do you know what I'm talking about? All them lines in the sky from the aircraft? She would have understood that. Why ain't this woman understanding it? She sounds like she's on Thorazine or lithium or something. People not to have their own opinion. Maybe that's it. That was freaky, man. Well, let's see if it works. I go busting out with a 20-pound watermelon. I'll send them $10. What do you think? A couple bushels of call the 700 Club. What's their phone number? Yeah, a couple bushels of tomatoes, a couple bushels of peppers, shitload of eggplants, Brussels sprouts. We'll be all good. You like that? It's a marijuana. The devil's getting stronger. They're smoking the devil's weed. It ain't the lithium falling out of the sky for sure. The Lord wouldn't let that happen. All right, we had a little brunch here this morning with you guys. Thank you. Yeah, maybe we'll get that done too. I'm really dragging this here. It's all right. Everything gonna be all right. Everything gonna be all right. Yeah. I think you really want me to call them? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want me to ask? What are we going to pray for? I wish Bubba was in here. He's our expert in the room, but no, he's got to go jerking off and not paying attention here in church and probably smoking some goddamn devil's weed. Where are you, Bubba? Call him on the phone. Son of a bitch! How dare you? I dig your calls. Just improvise. Yeah. Same prayer for the chemtrails. What about I say I go and have a cigarette first? But boy, oh, it's getting cloudy. What the fudge? You know, it was supposed to rain last night, man. I'm telling you. Noah sucks. I'll be back. Give me a minute here. No, I ain't working, guys. The prayer hasn't worked yet. I got kept going by right now. It's a happy day in the neighborhood. Bubba never showed up. Bubba's on my shit list. Let everyone, you can all let him know. Send him an email. Send him an email. Say, Bubba's on the shit list. I need your guidance. Where are you, man? All right, there's the 800 number. All right, let's get this We want to end chemtrailing. Bad, Bubba. Bad, Bubba. 606. A lot of sixes in this. All right. We're going to end the chemtrailing. You can't throw it through legislation. We don't have no legislation, no representation.
You have reached a non-working number and your call will be disconnected. Thank you.
That's what he does now. Let me see if I've done this right. I never heard that. I thought it was always a check that said those things. That sounded like one of them alternative lifestyle people. We're not being critical. We just like the VJ and Hooties.
You have reached a non-working number and your call will be disconnected.
Well, you know what? I'm glad I did that because I just took a cognizant test. I dialed the number right? So I must be healthy in the brain. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of sevens. I don't know. Some of them say 7 is the Lord's number.
This call may be monitored or recorded.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure you're selling the data too.
Hello. I want to thank you for calling the Christian Broadcasting Network. We are so happy to receive your call. If you're calling for prayer, please press 2 for our next available representative. To join the 700 Club or donate to CBN, press 3. For CBN Animations Superbook, press 4. For all other products or literature,
press 2, 5. I guess.
Have account or...
All right.
We are so happy to receive your call. Please stay on the line.
This is the kind of chick I need in my life.
And may God bless you.
I didn't sneeze. How are you today? Yeah. Well, I'm kind of frustrated. I've been going through a lot of stress with all these chemtrails in the sky from the jet aircraft. I live in the Northeast here, and every day is cloudy with chemtrails. It got so bad, my cell phone quit working. My old Windows 7 laptop quit working. Matter of fact, if Pastor's got an old Windows 7 laptop he wants to send me, I could certainly use the help. But we got to do something about this. My garden isn't growing. My girlfriend left me. She says, I ain't living here no more. I said, so that's a reason to break up? Yeah, she said. And so she left me. She's going to go down and live in the desert where there's not many chemtrails. I don't know what to do. My garden ain't growing. You got any advice?
Sir, the only thing I can tell you is to keep on praying and keep on with the Lord. I know it's sad when my girlfriend left us, but sir, I can assure you something. It's better that he left you now than, for example, married. And I know because of the work, I know a lot of people that suddenly the wife or the husband say, I want to leave. And they show the true colors that they have. And the problem is that they're married. So just keep praying, sir. And for you, please remember Romans 8:18. It says, are written that the suffering of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us.
Yeah, I know. Hey, where are you located at?
The States, sir.
Yeah, I'm calling from the States too. I mean, what state are you in about? You don't have to tell me exactly. Oh, well, I don't know how bad you get chemtrails, but I know up here in New England, man, it's just nonstop. And I don't blame her for leaving me. I told her that. I says, maybe what I could do is buy you a baseball cap so you won't look up. Now, do you ever look up and see on a beautiful blue sky day these chemtrails going across the sky? Do you do? And I mean, I call the government, I call the governor, I call the senator of the state, federal senators. Nobody wants to hear it. We're reducing sunshine, reducing, I have a video I had watched about John Chancellor back in 1980. Talk about this chemtrailing and how it's good for the farmers. And, this ain't conspiracy. I mean, they're blacking us out day after day so bad. I mean, maybe she weren't the crap leaving me anyways because of chemtrails. I mean, I'm not overly worried about that too much. I'm sure I'm a pretty good guy. I'll find another one. But my goodness, man, it stopped my cell phone. I had to get rid of the cell phone. Now my Windows 7 machine is it's corrupt by the chemtrails, and I was really, really disappointed.
Let's pray, sir. Let's pray. We have nothing else to do. Let's pray.
All right.
Heavenly Father, I come to you in agreement with your Son, the Lord. I ask you please that you help him. There's a lot of things going on in his life, the Lord. The only thing I can tell him, Lord, the only thing that comes to my mind, Lord, right now is that he may remember when Peter, my Lord, was walking in water. There was a storm before he went down the boat, my Lord. But he was able to walk in water, my Lord, while he was watching you. The minute he stopped watching you, my Lord, the minute he started watching the circumstances, my Lord, the minute he started watching the waves, the winds, all that, my Lord, that's when he starts thinking. I ask you, please, my Lord, that your Son may not stop watching at you, that he may always be gazing at the cross, my Lord, that he may always be looking for you, my Lord. And that is what is going to help him, my Lord, to walk in water. Yes, there are a lot of problems in this world, my Lord. And yes, it's going to get worse. It's going to get even worse, my Lord. But I know that you're going to be able to hold your Son, my Lord, as well as everyone that is following you, my Lord. All the elect, my Lord, will be preserved. I ask you, please, that he may remember that all these things, everything that he's watching, my Lord, even the dirt in which he is on right now, my Lord, whatever he is, all that, my Lord, is going to go away. All that is going to disappear, my Lord. All that is going to...
So I'm not trying to interrupt you in this prayer, but I'm pretty devout, and I prayed that maybe he could do something peaceful, like walk down water, turn water into wine, fed a bunch of people, and all this, and maybe just one time. Maybe when these aircraft land, they can't get them started. Nobody can figure out that everything's perfect. The aircraft engineers go on the plane. They can't figure out why the planes won't start. I mean, could we pray for that maybe? Because the other route is all this money we're giving Ukraine and anti-aircraft missiles. They get into the wrong hands, start shooting aircraft all over the world. They're going to land aircraft. I don't want it done that way. I like it something nice and peaceful. But my skies up here in New England were beautiful as Nevada, as Nevada blue after 9/11, which was a hoax, I mean, when is this going to, maybe I don't have a right to ask them when this stuff is going to start coming around, but We could use a little miracle here. Maybe have a little fun. Maybe you can connect with him and say, hey, that Ralphie boy, he wants you to go shut down all the aircraft. Just for a while, a couple of months, just to see what the sky looks like again.
But Heavenly Father, I ask you please that these skies in New England, my Lord, maybe move again, my Lord. I know that you can do something.
Come on, do it, Lord. Do it. Do it.
But I know that
pull one off.
Please help Lord, that they may do something, that the government may care about this situation, my Lord. Put the will in their hearts, my Lord. I know that you can put the will in their hearts, my Lord, to try to do something about this issue, my Lord.
Thank you.
I ask you finally that your son,
Amen. Amen.
It says, don't worry about anything.
That's all I want. I'm getting old, I'm getting old up here.
That your son may remember to pray, that every time that he's praying, my Lord, you are listening to him, my Lord, and that you care about these things. In Jesus Christ we pray, amen.
Well, anyway, I appreciate it. If I can't grow a garden, my biggest fear is that movie Soylent Green is going to come true, and I'm getting old, man. I'm an old man now. Are they going to come and get me for Soylent Green? Is it going to be like, hey, you're at this age now, Ralphie. You've been breathing all this air, eating all this food. Now you got to be turned into Soylent Green chips. I mean, I'm kind of frightened, man. I need to get my garden growing. And if I ain't growing a good garden, I know other people are hurting. So I really appreciate your prayer and your time. And, I pray for you guys every day, man. I hope you guys get new craft if you need them. I know a lot of the evangelists out there need aircraft. So let's hope they get a whole bunch of Air Force themselves. Everything goes well for them. They make good money and all that. You know what I mean? All right? Amen. I appreciate your time. Are you still there? No? Oh, well. I think he went and ran for a bottle of Jack Daniels, man. Hopefully he didn't commit suicide. Ugh. Planes and jewelry. Well, see. So, I mean, we called on the biggest, the 700 clubs probably, thank you. Well, that comes from the Lord, my Lord. My Lord. My Lord. That all came from my Lord. He's probably too young to remember the movie. But is that what you folks got planned? I know Bill Gates wants us planned like that. He'd love to have that happen. He didn't take my address to send me an old computer. They probably got a warehouse full of used computers. Amen. Yeah. Please keep this video. What do you mean, keep the video? I could put a phone call on it and leave it up. I don't think I use any foul, hateful language. 95 says using the N-word is racist. End the conversation with her. I'm like, well, I disagree. I think using the N-word to describe cheap, disrespectful people that shit right in your mouth. Don't delete it. All right. I'll edit it and I'll write phone calls. But I don't know how long we is in here. Oh, an hour, 3 hours and like 10 minutes. Nugget. In word nugget. Well, I mean, it's such a revolting thought that we have people in this country in the highest position of politicians doing what they do every single day and get away with what they're doing every single day. Obama wasn't born here. Bush flew the planes through the building. Poppy Bush wanted the planes through the building. They wanted Agenda 21. They wanted New World Order. They wanted to wipe their ass with a constitution. You know, I mean, that kind of shit right there, you know, nobody likes change, and I don't like, I don't like, I mean, I like to have a change in my world. Yeah, for sure. But you don't go changing shit. You don't go changing the book, a Bible, the book of Hava Nagila, or the book of Buddha. You don't go changing that shit. You know? If you're going to change it, then do it right. You got the Second Amendment. It's infringed. All right. You don't like it, Joe Biden? Then get your fucking communists together and vote on ending the Second Amendment and the First Amendment. Joe Biden's a big supporter of illegal search and seizure. He's been, you hear he's going to give money to the Popo? He's going to give money to the Popo so the Popo can come and carry it out his draconian shit. Probably after this long, dark winter we're going to have. So there you go. Don't tell me I didn't pray. Don't tell me I'm unworthy because I use all this other language. I prayed for chemtrails to end. We all did. I can go back and put... yeah, once you get the timestamp, let me know. And I'll put it in there. One thing I did remember was move the camera to the telephone. You know, I mean, how much more shit you got to take before this guy shows up? How about doing a little miracle? Oh, it's a devil's domain. He can't do that. Man, you guys got all kinds of fucking excuses. You know what I mean? Just sit there and tweak out the aircraft so they can't get off the ground. I better shut my mouth because I might win the lottery for $1 billion and have my own Learjet. Right? How about let's go to a G7 summit and turn about 3 billion tons of fucking carbon flying in their aircraft. How about Joe Biden having 75 fucking gas guzzling pieces of shit driving to a climate summit? Funny, I watched that the other day. Who was that? That was Jimmy Dore. He was laughing at the amount of tons of carbon John Kerry and the rest of these criminals. Race highlights. So Hungarian Grand Prix is over. Colorado River Lake Mead update. I mean, you know, I was ready to tell the guy, you know, I'm getting to the point where crying won't help you, praying will do you no good. We watch the Rob on the Air, the Van Wives. I'm going to keep that for myself. Not everyone's interested in Van Wives. A bird, a plane, a UFO. Here we go. J7409. Well, we'll go another 15 and then I'm going to be out of here. Yeah, on my clock, it would have been about 3 hour 30, somewhere around there.
And a good Sunday to everybody. I thought we'd watch the sunrise come up together. check it out over the ocean this morning.
How about over the Rocky Mountains?
Another blessed day the Lord has blessed us with.
Oh, there we go, the Lord again, the Lord. You're not supposed to be using that, folks.
There we have just two little lonely seagulls. You know, I haven't seen a lot of seagulls around where I live in quite a while now. Quite a while.
Let me tell you about seagulls. I've seen some of the poverty-stricken Rhodesia, Kenya. People are like starving to death. These seagulls are flying all over the place. Now, one of them would kill the son of a bitch and try to eat it.
I want to stop this now. There's that lonely seagull, okay?
All right.
Here's a fishing pier, and out here, this is a deep sea fishing boat, okay? A deep sea fishing boat. That's what that is right there. Now we'll go back to that lonely seagull by himself again. You see the water moving, you see the people on the pier moving around, and there's a deep sea fishing boat.
All right.
Here, that little seagull is making his way up and down the beach all by himself. Bless his heart. Here's some people over here. They're waiting to see the sun rise also. So we'll zoom out some. This little seagull staying close to shore. I want you to see that, okay? He's by himself. You can see the water, the waves coming in. Nothing else in the sky too much.
Thank you.
We have clouds. We're supposed to get a lot of rain.
I'm kind of pissed that Bubba took off.
Yes, this is pretty. There's that little seagull again. I want you to notice something. There's no tracks behind him, okay, in this footage. We'll zoom out a little bit.
She's trying to show us a UFO here. Let's see.
What I want you to concentrate on right now. And it is just beautiful when it starts to come up, folks. I'm just telling you. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. We got some people out here taking pictures. This might not seem like much to you, but just let it roll through for a second or so.
Oh, come on,
we'll
man.
Get the sun back in focus. They must be newlyweds. They must be newlyweds. Here we come. Here's the sun getting more and more over.
You know, if we do this right, if I lay down and you got your dress on and you sit on top of me, it's going to look like we're just out here.
The sun's creeping up slowly but surely.
Okay, the sun's coming up. Where's this UFO?
Wonderful day you blessed us with. Now, coming up, something a little weird's going to happen.
All right.
Okay, here we are back at the pier just down from the beach. I want to stop this a moment. Draw your attention. Here's this fishing boat. Now, what is this? Okay? It could be a bird. I've never seen a bird act this way. It could, I don't know what it is, but I'm going to show you something now. I'm going to start this back up now. The water is moving. The people on the piers are moving. This is not moving at all. It's an elongated dark object. It looks like there's a little light at one point. Then it takes off. It leaves this trail. It leaves this trail. I had to zoom out to keep up with it. Here it is over here.
Somebody in a speedboat?
It's moving very, very, very fast.
Maybe it's the Lord coming to answer my prayers. What do you think?
Attention. It stops. It stops.
Yeah, they're going chasing tunas.
Now, birds don't stay stopped that long. It falls down.
Pray will do you
and then
good.
It disappears. Let's go back a moment.
Hallelujah.
Here we go. That's when it takes off. It is taking off. It is leaving a trail. I want to.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe it's an airplane. Maybe it's a helicopter.
I don't know, Joe. I ain't there to shitty picture, man.
Don't stay still. Look how it stays still.
Mm-hmm.
Birds do not do that, people.
I don't know.
You'd see some wings flapping. You'd see some kind of action. I don't know what it is. Okay? I have no idea what it is. It's not moving, though. But when it takes off, look at that trail it leaves behind it. I zoomed out to try to keep up with it because it was going really, really fast. You can still see the
Well,
trail.
I think UFOs leave trails, though, right?
And when you saw the seagulls, you didn't see it, or that seagull, I should say. You didn't see a trail. Then it stops. And it backs up. It goes down. There's a big drop off here. And then it just looks like a wave. And slowly but surely it disappears. And then see it, or that seagull, I should say. You didn't see a trail. Then it stops. And it backs up. It goes down. There's a big drop off here. And then it just looks like a wave. And slowly but surely it disappears. And it's not to be found again. I don't know what it was.
Well, I was hoping they'd go get a Windows 7 out of their junk pile. I wonder how many of these are trying to text me right now. No, I don't have no clue, Jay. You know, when they shot Flight 800 down, the government was telling everyone it was a mirage.
Isn't it beautiful? I wanted to share this with you guys. I have no idea what that was. I've never seen a bird stand
called
still,
it bullshit.
go
It was
back
a
in
rocket.
reverse, fall out of the sky, and then not to be found. It didn't stay there. It disappeared. So, I wanted to share this with you, okay? If you know what it is, let me know. If it was a bird, it was a bird. I don't think it was a bird, though. It didn't act like a bird at all. It didn't act like a bird. I'm going to stop this. This is when the sun was just coming up. It didn't act like a bird. We haven't had
What do you want me to tell Jill?
They've all gone because of
Pastor Copeland and his new aircraft.
But a lot of weirdness is going on, and I've seen people report they've seen these elongated items in different places around the world and the U.S. Some were white, some were black, and some actually dropped things out of them. And these were in like land areas also. I don't know what it was, so I just wanted to share this with you. You have yourself a good day, a blessed day, and
J7409.
I love you all. Take care. Peace, love, and kindness to everybody.
Don't tofu before watching this.
Hi, it's Dr. Gunner here. Today I'm revealing which proteins are good for you, which you should trash, and which you can eat in moderation. First up, hamburger meat. You already know that the saturated fat in red meat is terrible for pretty much every aspect of your health. But if you like beef, it's fine to eat in moderation. Just choose a grass-fed and grass-finished meat steak or grass-fed beef. Now, a surprising exceptional protein is flaxseed. It's high in the amino
She's
acids
smart,
arginine and
very smart.
both of which are important.
She knows about chemtrail. What time is it? I want to get going here in a little bit. Premiering in 5 minutes. I watched one yesterday. It was pretty disturbing. I'm trying. I'm tired though.
Millions of Americans have used Paxlovid. Paxlovid, excuse me. Paxlovid I tell you what, I think I used it. No, Paxlovid, including me. Millions of Americans have used Paxlovid. Paxlovid, excuse me.
Jen Hummingbird feed is clean and refilled.
I tell you what, I think I used it. No, Paxlovid, including me. Millions of Americans have used Paxlovid. Paxlovid, excuse me. Paxlovid.
You big old swimming dog. You tell everyone you went for a swim last night?
I used it. No, Paxlovid, including me. Millions of Americans have used Paxlovid. Paxlovid, excuse me. Paxlovid. I tell you what, I think
We're going to change your sheet again.
No, Paxlovid, including me.
Oh, yeah. Shake and bake, you big old hound.
Paxlovid, excuse me. Paxlovid. I tell you what.
I took out 2 bags of garbage today.
Paxlovid, including me.
Well, if I'm buying at your store, you're going to take my trash. Jim Lee Climate View is coming up at 3 p.m. Mike Decker, Mountain Owl. What time is it? He's up in the mountains.
Hey, y'all, it is.
This guy's got to get more ass than toilet seat.
It's about a big old owl. So we're going to go see if we can get it. Get Richie style. He loves the owls. We're going to go see. All right. All right, let's spot. Try here.
I'll be back. He's in Wyoming.
Not trying to bug you, buddy.
Happy joy. Happy joy. My big slimming dog.
Oh, he's beautiful.
Oh, he's such a good boy.
He's very concerned about it.
Oh, you got the smell of wet dog, man.
Hey, buddy. Damn, I should go with my tripod. Damn, there's a little bird. Good job, buddy. You found it. Yeah, I do. Let's remember that. This sucks. Oh. Well, he didn't go that far away. Let's go get the tripod. Little owl hunt bear. Uncle Richie would be proud of you, bud.
Look at that. You know, a lot of people up here, when I was on the dating one, shared pictures with me of owls they caught in the daylight. You never catch them here. Never caught one.
If you want a few minutes of your time, I'll leave you alone.
We do hear them. Some nights, actually, when I am playing the harmonica, usually in the fall, it seems like they come around. One time, man, we had about 7, 8 of them in this, right in back of the house. They were screaming so loud.
I don't like the video. Leave my woods. Girl needs your little bear.
Always tired, use wet dog smell, yummy. Don't bother me. You know what I mean? It's like when your girlfriend farts and you're doing, having taco dinner. I mean, shit happens, you know. I mean, I am going to do this, though. I do got another sheet. And we went swimming last night, so I'm going to take this off. Right now. If this one hand wash it.
Horrible video quality, but
Take his bed, put it outside in the sun. Yeah.
cool. There's hardly any life up here. A couple birds. Saw one elk. A couple deer. Owl. Very much at all. Of course, there's nothing really to eat up here. Whether you're a vegan or a predator. Little bear. What are you doing? Thanks for disappearing for a while, but that worked out good. Yeah, that worked out good. Yeah, Uncle Rich will be very proud of you finding that owl. Big bear. So, the kids are going to go over to Venture if we get Princess done with, if she's done with her nap. Yeah. I hope you all have a good weekend. As good as it can be. We will talk at you soon. All right, love
The
you.
woods of Wyoming.
See you later.
This is a guy I've been talking about. Hold on. I've been watching a lot of his travel videos, you know. His name of his thing is Sabbatical. And let's see what it says here. In Uganda. He's making some good money on this shit, man. I'm telling you, it's unbelievable. Two complaints, low audio, and he don't use steady hand. But this is Uganda. It really amazes me. This white guy's walking in. I mean, he's in a fine neighborhood right there, but he goes into some really nasty neighborhoods. I mean, nasty shit. And the people are so happy they have nothing. He was in one yesterday. They weren't even having dinner. They had nothing to eat.
There's a bunch of other interesting stuff here as well. The president has his house here. And it's also a major gateway to taking a boat out onto Lake Victoria. And that's what I'm thinking I'm going to try to do today.
There's, monkeys.
Suburb on Long Island. A monkey crawling around your fence. Just tell me, vaya cachambali, chava,
So anyways, I'm going to get going. I appreciate it. Dawn, I will get this edited to say phone call. We'll leave it up. Look at this. Taxi. They're pretty helpful people, man. Why? Because if I ever win the lottery, maybe I'll move out of this country for a while, maybe. 85 cents. Mud. We ain't gonna know mud, though. I don't want no jungle shit. Look how happy the people are, though. You take good care backwards. Hope you enjoyed it. We prayed. We got professional prayers now, so maybe this week the chemtrails will end.
Is there like a small, interesting island nearby? Yes. Yeah, like what? Bush. Bush? Bush. Bushy? Okay. It's Wally? Wally and you? No? How far? How long? It's aquí for an hour? Okay. Okay. Alright, let's go there. Yeah. How much to make up?
$18.
Okada. 6,000. Going and back. 24. Okay. We do Otwalo Tano? Okay. Okay, so
Quite interesting boats. Very interesting. I worked in a wooden boat like that for years, flat bottom though. It was a lot wider. You gonna rent a boat from a guy that has no cover on his motor. I think this is really neat, man. It is unbelievable the hospitality this guy finds. Look at that. Yeah, I'm going to get him a boat with a homemade gas tank. You got a life jacket in here in case this thing splits open. He knows like 7 languages, Swahili, all kinds of shit. I've been very impressed with this guy's channel. I'm going to get going, though. You want the channel? I'll put it in link in chat. Some of them are really cool. He goes out to the desert, to these all kinds of Maasai, all kinds of tribes and shit. You know what's funny, though? He does this video, right? He does these videos, and he's out there, and all the women ain't got no tops on, you know? And, but he's got to blur them out. And then we can watch Nude on the Moon. I don't understand YouTube. But anyway. Not that I was here to watch naked women with no tops on. Oh, that's usually nice. But my point was just the censorship. So check this guy out. He's called Sabbatical. He's really does some amazing stuff. And we'll see y'all later. Thanks for coming. Take good care. Be good to yourself. Be good to others the best you can. Goes around, comes around. We'll see you mañana. I'll get this edited too, Dawn. We'll say phone call.